Podakini. Podakini. Sumbribati. Poditin. Poditin. Nyakoyawa. 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 Poditin.
Tupigie makofi hawa.
Ber.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kayamba Africa sings in all, if not most, languages in Kenya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Kayamba Africa. We are just getting started, and thank you for the great entertainment. I'll still re-emphasize on the protocol team. We still need to leave out the first two rows, please. The first two rows, kindly, if you can follow the cue of our protocol team. We need to make a bit of movement there. If you don't have the badges designated to sit on those seats, please, if you're the first and second row, kindly exit to give opportunity for the protocol team.
Julieta, uko wapi?
We have a special announcement. The second row is kindly reserved for only people with a badge written investor. We also are creating space for
At KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBOs, public benefit organizations, play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand that true transformation happens when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people, and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I have to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors.
In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.
Yule mwalimu akakufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Tabia mbaya. Yule mwalimu akakufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Wawa. Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta, uko Julieta. Ay, 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 ay. Ndio huyo sasa. Mbona kaya Afrika? Zumo deba. Sikia hii. Julieta mama. Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama, Julieta mama. Jaber koada kodia bikaparo Chunya pod medo gombi nyar Kisumu Kawaga kwai mwendo wa ngoro Ngoro ya kwa yothe gutire nyendete haya 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 Ndokana ndiye ndaguthaitha woira mandokana ndiye Amboko dikolo
Muhana mulaihe, neneda muyanza, nolichenda riyo, melisenda riyo, yanza, 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 ile muyanze, monyanga ulendi. Ile muyanze, nene ube, uwanje.
Niye kawaga kwai mwendo wa ngoro ya kwa yothe gutire nyendete haya 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 Ndokana ndiye ndaguthaitha woina mandokana ndiye Jonarobi nyochojisa
Berne, berne Nele okangeo Nyaka ne waromo
Mombasa bende penji
Berne Nele okangeo Nyaka ne waromo Omwana mulayi wanje Yanza Gime dafu Yanza gime wanje
Omwana munolu wanje
Yanza Gime dafu Yanza bine wanje Hasha, Yedokete omi, nowe wakwatene. Asha, 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 asha. Elokete ombe, nowe wakwatene. Verne chunya, verne, verne chunya, verne. Wakwano wende hokete, wakwano wende hokete. Nyanza muwana wanje, nyanza.
As Kayamba Africa is proceeding, I'm told we have an exterior sound system out the exhibition stands. If you're out there, ladies and gentlemen, and hearing my voice, please make your way into the main tent. Make your way into the main tent. Also welcoming our online audience who have joined us virtually via Homeboys Television, HP TV on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us virtually as well. If you're still here within Ciala Resort, please make your way into the main tent and kindly follow the queue of the ushers to your designated seating area. Most welcome again. We continue with the series of entertainment from Kayamba Africa.
Ding, ding, ding.
Anyangweso yacha ya volia.
Ya volia, anyangweso yacha. Anyangweso yacha ya volia. Ya volia. Ya volia. Baba motengere anyangweso. Ding, ding, ding.
Wapi makofi ya governor?
Karibu sana Gavana Ongwae. Wapi makofi ya Gavana Ongwae tafadhali? Keande boliwa baba, oh boliwa baba keande, keande, keande baba motengere nyangweso ding ding ding. Amae baba matogoro, matogoro mae baba. Amae baba matogoro, matogoro, matogoro baba motengere nyangweso ding 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 ding. Wapi makofi ya Gavana Ranguma na Gavana Ongwae? Nkere nkere kebenga kura nkere kebenga kura ding 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 masambu kebenga kura kebenga kura ding 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 ding. Wapi makofi ya Wakisi? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Western. They are our neighbors. Then we will be back. Mama wangatiranga shina wamanya masambulero tutenderura ziraha zirika kamega manyoi masambulero Mama wangatiranga shina wamanya masambulero tutenderura ziraha zirika kamega manyoi masambulero Mama wangatiranga shina wamanya masambulero tutenderura ziraha wamyamoni kagana mohiye nirarero Mama wangatiranga shina wamanya masambulero tutenderura ziraha zisanga muzirika kamega manyori masambulero Magamunya serekohi Omundo heanga hoyo Magamunya serekohi Omundo seanga hoyo Magamunya serekohi Never win a go Magamunya anda gumuano Uhana sikuku abateni baringo nalimunya simu yanga sibi ya manali simbi nalimunya simu ya sibi ya manali simbi nalimunya simu ya sibi ya manali simbi nalimunya simu ya Venga, 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 chabukula, venga, venga, chabukula, venga, 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 venga. Gonga buswa, bideva gonga buswa, gonga buswa, bideva gonga buswa, gonga buswa, masiza gonga buswa, gonga buswa, masiza gonga buswa, gonga buswa, telemevo gonga buswa, gonga buswa, telemevo gonga buswa, gonga buswa, gonga buswa, gonga buswa. Irauya, Irauya, wenya hey hey hey, wenya hey 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 hey, wenya hey hey hey, wenya hey 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 hey, aha, hey 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 hey, aha, hey 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 hey, wenya hey hey hey. Siturutieko kutoka chuo.
Ngoja.
Wapi makofi ya Waluya? Ladies and gentlemen, we've been advised by our MC, Laban Cliff, that we are in the internet.
Homeboys TV on YouTube.
Yes, advertise it so that we know, and those who are at home can hear.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Just to emphasize, indeed, we are live on our YouTube page. That's Homeboys Television. Thanking all our guests who've tuned in from far and wide as well. Just before I invite back Kayamba Africa, I just want you to train your eyes on the screens in front of you, where we would like to showcase the sponsors. So if you could just train your eyes on the screen in front of you, we are trying to appreciate all of them. I know I mentioned a few, so let's have an appreciation of all the sponsors who made this conference happen. Very well, and just to emphasize as well, as we are anticipating the arrival of our chief guest, if you're sitting in the tent, we are assuming you have the accreditation as well, and you have your badges clearly displayed. And thanking you as well as the exhibitors. If you're still out there, we advise that we'll close the exhibition stands for the official opening ceremony, and after which then we'll have our delegates visit your stand. So if you're still at the stand area, please make your way into the main tent as well. To our sponsors. And then I'll have Kayamba give one number, and afterwards we'll be done. All right? Super. All right, please give an appreciation to our sponsors. I think the logos have been playing out there, and most of you are represented here. The video you see in front of you is of our host county. Remember this initiative as well of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, made up of 4 to offer.
KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBO's public benefit organizations play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand that true transformation happens when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I had to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors.
In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.
To KCB as well for being our anchor sponsors. Much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, as this time, I'll just give it up to Kayamba Africa, and after which I'll give them a pause, and then we can do a bit of housekeeping as we anticipate the arrival of our chief guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly request for your kind permission, the broadcast of this event is live, nationwide and internationally. And as a tradition, the national way, more so the Kisumu way of receiving guests, must be rehearsed. So may I humbly request that we all be upstanding. We rehearse how we will invite and welcome our chief guest. Tafadhali naomba tusimame. Both investors, CEOs, former governors, current governors, everybody, be upstanding. Look to the left. If you see your friend there, give them a high five. High five, you must slap, not the face, slap the hand. If somebody has your debt from last year, tell him you're forgiven. Then follow me. Let's go. Very simple. One step to the front, like that. Yeah. Tunaenda hivyo. Yeah. And I want you to help me sing. And then we sing together. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa, Kisumu yetu hakuna matata. Sing with me. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa, Kisumu yetu hakuna matata. Kisumu nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Twawakaribisha nyote, hakuna matata. Mabibi na mabwana, makofi, mgeni wetu wa heshima amekuja. Hakuna matata. Tuimbe pamoja. Wageni wote
wote,
hakuna matata,
wote mwakaribishwa,
hakuna matata,
Nyanza home home,
hakuna matata,
Yuru uduto,
hakuna matata.
Ae, Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté. Ae, Africa, oh Africa, oh liberté.
Tuimbe pamoja.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kisumu yetu, hakuna matata,
Kisumu nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata,
wageni mwakaribishwa,
hakuna matata,
oh Kisumu nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata,
jambo wote,
hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Mzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa Kisumu yetu, hakuna matata,
Kisumu ni bora,
hakuna matata,
Nyanza internationally,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
tupigie mgeni wetu wa heshima na wageni wote wengine makofi tafadhali. Thank you very much indeed. Lamad.
Ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, kama tukate na ustawi. Kutuomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki,
Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may please take your seats. Before I invite Kayamba Africa, we're still on stage, on standby. Allow me to ask you all to train your eyes on the screens in front of you, because we are going to set the pace as we start the NYANZA International Investment Conference. ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning to you all. I want to officially welcome you all to the NYANZA International Investment Conference. My name is Laban Cliff Ontario. Our chief guest, Honorable Julius Migoso Gamba, is the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Eliud Owalo, Deputy Chief of Staff in the Office of the President. Honored and glad we can have representation from the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Just want to give a mention to all the county officials from Busia, Bomet, Kericho, Ciala, Bungoma, Kakamega, Nandi, Nyamira, Migori, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Vihiga, and Kisii, ably represented here, of course, by none other than Honorable Gladys Wanga, who's the governor of Homa Bay County. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you to LREB counties as well for being ably represented here as well. At this point in time, I also want to recognize the conference chair, Jafo Lende, who's the chairman at the NYANZA International Investment Conference, Victor Nyagaya, who's the CEO, LREB counties, Mr. Michael Munari is the vice chairman, NYANZA International Conference, dignitaries, CEOs present. I'm told we also have representation as well from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I also see CEO for Kenya Invest, that's John Mwendwa. We have the chair as well, Kenya Invest, and very many dignitaries as well, ably represented here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause for making it as well. I want to appreciate all our sponsors and partners. To begin with, the anchor sponsors. We have many sponsors who made this happen. Our anchor sponsor is KCB Group. Let's give a round of applause to KCB Group. Thank you very much as well to our diamond sponsors, ably showcased on the screens in front of you. Thank you to our silver sponsors as well. I should mention the bronze sponsors. Thank you very much for making this conference possible. Thank you very much. Shortly we'll be recognizing the various teams ably represented here. But for the sake of our anchor sponsor, and of course in tune with our theme of NYANZA rising towards economic transformation for social economic growth and development, allow me to play the video of KCB Group as our anchor sponsors in appreciation as well.
At KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBOs, public benefit organizations, play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand that true transformation happens when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people, and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I have to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors.
In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.
Thank you, KCB Group. Let's give a round of applause to KCB Group and indeed the entire sponsor board as well. We want to really appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping up with this international conference, we have our audience tuned in from Kenya and around the world on our Homeboys Television. Thank you so much. We want to showcase to you, aside from the deals that are going to take place over the next 3 days, to showcase just a taster of the culture we have to showcase, and to have that running will be the Kayamba Africa team. So I'll give it up to them for a short musical interlude before I invite our guests to speak. Over to you, Kayamba Africa.
Thank you, Laban. Our chief guest, Your Excellencies, governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ours is a simple prayer and a national song, and I humbly request that we be upstanding for a very short period of time as we sing together. Please, Karibuni. Junior. And you can help me sing. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya yetu tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Twajivunia Kenya tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Ladies and gentlemen, you are on TV, so put your best move. Put your step forward. Put a step forward like this. Twende namna hiyo mbele. Makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Haki kwa watu wote. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we rehearse. Can you give your neighbor a high five, please? Hey. Give them a high five. Hey. Hey, some of you are looking at each other badly. Can you give each other a high five? Give each other a high five. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Haya, move from left to right like this. Hapo. Hatutaiacha daima na milele. Sing to your partner. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Let's give our country a round of applause. Let's give Kisumu County another round of applause. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Just an opportunity to quickly introduce themselves. They've been keeping us entertained for this morning beat and will be with us for the entire beat. So let's know who the names behind the great voices.
Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, on my extreme left is Collins Dere, Tom Otieno, Simon Ngigi, Juma Odemba from Game. Makofi kwetu. That is enough.
Thank you very much, Kayamba Africa, giving us the best of what we have for the Nyanza region. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting program to look forward to. I can't wait to tell you on some of the opportunities for you, the investors, for you, the county governments present, and of course for you, the delegates who are keen to know what's happening here. So if you're still out there at the exhibition stands, this is your opportunity to just take a pause, make your way into the main tent, where, of course, there will be great deliberations taking place right here and announcements to look forward to. Without further ado, and I recognized the organizing team, and they'll be ably recognized shortly, but to help me do that is one gentleman, a seasoned journalist, and now who's chairman at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC, Mr. Tom Mushindi, a gentleman who's been really behind the scenes towards success of this. And I'd like to give him a special welcome and a round of applause as he comes up and recognizes the various teams that he worked with behind the scenes to make this happen. Please give a round of applause to Tom Mushindi as he makes his way on stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laban. And good morning, everybody. Good morning again. Distinguished guests, start by recognizing, of course, our key sponsors and patrons here this morning. We have a very, very strong representation here of very powerful and important people whom we need to recognize, starting with our key patrons, CS Ogamba and Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Eliud Owalo. Thank you very much for being here. Your Excellency Governors, represented particularly here by the Homa Bay Governor, Gladys Wanga, Karibu Sana. Governors Emeritus, I see Mr. Ungwae and Mr. Evans Kidero, Karibu Nisana. The Attorney General, Dorothy Ngote, welcome very much. MPs, President, Principal Secretaries, our Solicitor General, I see you here, thank you for coming. Honored investors, company CEOs, parastatal chiefs, parastatal chairmen, members of the steering committee led by Mr. Jeff Olende. We are all very, very welcome for this first session of the NYANZA International Investment Conference being held here in Ciala Resort for the next 3 days. We're looking forward to a very, very rich conversation, very, very fruitful interactions with very specific outcomes that we hope will come out of this session. My name is Tom Mushindi, as you've been told. My apologies. My apologies to the Attorney General. Dorcas Odor is the name, not Dorothy Angot. My apologies. So we are hoping and looking forward to a very rich and enlightening conversation around the investment opportunities in NYANZA. This forum is unique, as you have been told. It is conceived, organized, and will be principally driven by professionals from the NYANZA region, and we are very proud that the day has finally come for us to have this conference here. I will be running through the first program. We're already very late, so we won't take too much time. I could like to invite to the stand. I think I have the CEO of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, Victor Nyangaya. And also please come up. Jeff, I also. So the first session really is more of an introductory sessions where we will have the key principal partners organizing this forum, that is Lake Region Economic Bloc, and the chairperson of the steering committee, giving a few remarks and inviting the principal guest this morning, CS Ogamba, and DCS Eliud Owalo, to open for us the conference. So I will have To start us off, a few remarks from Mr. Victor Nyangaya. Just before Victor comes on, I wish to acknowledge and recognize the Principal Secretary for Cooperatives, Mr. Kilemi Patrick. Thank you very much, sir. Our PS in Crops, I think the State Department for Crops, Dr. Rono. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, I did mention, but I'm happy to repeat, our Solicitor General, Wana Shadrach Mose. Thank you very much and feel very, very welcome this morning. So, Victor Nyangaya, please.
Thank you very much, Tom. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to, of course, introduce myself, Victor Nyangaya, the CEO of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, the Governor of Homa Bay, the Cabinet Secretary present, the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Attorney General, all the permanent secretaries present here, and all protocols observed. We have the representative of the UN Women. Please feel welcome. Today, we are having the opening ceremony for this International Investment Conference organized both by NYANZA, International Investment, and Lake Region Economic Bloc. We have partnered together to bring ourselves into this hall so that we have an opportunity to speak to investors present who have seen the opportunities. And I would like to confirm to the investors present that indeed we have opportunities in the Lake region. In fact, as CEO of the bloc, I want to confirm to you that it is a very diversified bloc of 14 counties, spanning from Trans Nzoia all the way to Migori. And it is also the only bloc that has a diversity of people and governors who speak on one language called economic interest, economic bloc. And this includes Nandi, includes Kericho, includes Bomet, includes Bungoma, Kisii, Nyamira, and these are diversified. When they talk, they don't talk politics, they talk economy. That is an interest into their own bloc. I always like saying this, that even during opposition politics, this bloc meets and discuss without political interest. They meet, and you'll find that there might be a problem in Kericho. Sondu people might be fighting, but you'll find that those governors meet and talk what is interesting for the people of their counties. And so we are a very proud bloc. I would like to confirm to the investors that you are free to look around. We have diversity, like I've said earlier, in terms of various interests. We have the lake itself, like we always say, and you know it very well, that it is the largest lake in Africa, in this part of the world. So we have a lot of interest in the blue economy. We have a lot of interest in mining. We have a lot of interest in, just name it, underground wealth. And we have the opportunities of investing in green energy. And we have, just name it. I think this is the direction to come to when you talk about investment. We have the opportunity of agriculture. You will agree that we produce almost what Kenya needs. We talk about sugar. There's no place in this country that you take tea without sugar. That sugar comes from the block. You don't take tea without tea leaves. That tea leaves comes from the block. So really, we have what it takes in terms of dairy. We have Nandi, we have Bomet, and we supply the country with what they need in terms of opportunities for agriculture. So really, this is by all standards the destination to come to look at what you think you can put your money and investment on return on investment, so to speak. And I really want to encourage you to feel free and not just end the investment conference here in Kisumu. Please move around. You have gold mining in Migori. You have serious opportunity for fishing in Homa Bay. Busia, we have serious opportunities for rice, and just name it. So really just look around, and you are welcome to please put your money in this block. I talk on behalf of the block. I talk on behalf of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. We know this is NYANZA International Investment Conference. NYANZA is part of the block. So we appreciate the international conference that has taken root through my friend chair of this investment conference, Liu Dowalo, who has been extremely passionate in supporting this thing for the last 2 years. So I really want to thank you specially, together with my co-chair, Jeff Olende, for taking leadership in bringing together this conclave so that we open up our space in this part of the Republic. I know that in the next 2 days, we are going to have a lot of interactions. We are going to have a lot of government leadership who are already present here, and more are coming. Thank you, the Attorney General, for gracing this occasion to be with us and support this initiative. It is not just because you are from NYANZA, it is because you are passionate about investment in this republic. So we want to take this opportunity once again to welcome all of you, and feel free. I take cognizance of our former governor, Ranguma, who is seated right there, together with our governor, Kisi, who is seated right there, former governor. We thank you for even coming here, because it means your heart is in the investment of this region. You value what we are doing, and we thank you so much. I don't want to say much at this point in time. I want to hand over back to Tom Mushindi to take control and lead us to the next step. Thank you so much, and welcome all of you to Kisumu and to the region, the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor, for those words that introduce the greater Lake Region Economic Bloc and all the opportunities that it presents to investors. We're very, very happy that you've been able to welcome us here and be part of this conversation that we're going to have for the next 3 days or so. Allow me to also formally recognize the former governor for Kisumu, Bwana Jack Ranguma. Feel very welcome. I had mentioned welcome Governor Ongwae and Governor Evans Kidero. There is also, we have in the House, the National Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who also are our partners in this event, and I wish to welcome the Chief Executive, Dr. Ruto, to this convocation. As we all are aware, programs of events such as these ones are live things, and we will make a small adjustment to our program this morning. To first of all wish to recognize the host member of parliament, Mheshimiwa Rosa Buyu, whom I will now welcome on stage for a minute. I know that you are not quite briefed on this, but do just come and say jambo to your guests. And if there are any colleagues that are in the audience, if there are any colleagues in the house that I don't quite recognize, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this great constituency and to this event that brings us all together as Nyanza people and investors, and an opportunity to actually come up with initiatives that will transform economic lives of our people. I wish you a successful two-day event, a productive session and deliberation, and I want to take this opportunity to also introduce the members of parliament who are here. I start with Mheshimiwa Martin Owino. Mheshimiwa Martin Owino is the member of parliament from Ndiwa constituency, but is also known as Ward Chief, the son of Chief. I want to take this opportunity also to introduce the immediate former member of Kisumu West constituency. Sometimes I refer to him as my shemeji, Honorable John Olago Alwoch, who is currently the chairperson of the board of NGCDF. I know that members of parliament are on their way coming. We are currently on recess and people are busy on the ground, but they will be here shortly. I want to thank you and once again welcome you to this great event that will indeed transform the lives of the people of this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, for indulging us on that score. Thank you very much. Small correction, because these are important things. I'm advised that the correct title for our chamber colleague is the President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and his full name is Dr. Eric Ruto. Karibu sana, Dr. Ruto, the President of the Chamber. Moving on quickly, I now wish to invite the chairperson of the steering committee, who have worked very, very hard for the past year, almost a year and a half, to put this event together, for him to come and say jambo, give some remarks, and then allow us to proceed. Karibu sana, Bwana Jeff Olende. Big hand for Mr. Olende.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Before I make a few remarks, I'd like to take this opportunity to just ask the people who have been, I would call them the machine behind the planning of the conference, the steering committee of NYANZA International Investment Conference. Wherever you are in the hall, please stand up so that we can see you. Please stand up wherever you are. Thank you very much. This group of professional ladies and gentlemen have worked tirelessly in the last 1 year or so to put this conference together. Thank you very much. You can sit down. Oh, you want to come here? Sorry. I'm told you should come in front here. So come, please, to save time, just come in front as fast as possible. Just parade somewhere there, ahead. So this team is made up of professionals, people who run companies, run institutions, run their own businesses, professors in universities, and people of very high caliber. And once again, I thank them very much. Thank you very much, and you can now sit down. Distinguished cabinet secretaries present, the patrons of NYANZA Professional Forum, Your Excellencies, Honorable Governors, Principal Secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and deep sense of pride that I welcome you to the NYANZA International Investment Conference taking place here in the vibrant city of Kisumu, the heart of Lake Region. The momentous occasion, running from 6th to 8th of February, marks a significant step in our collective journey towards economic transformation of NYANZA region. I extend a special welcome to our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency President William Ruto for accepting to grace the opening session as the chief guest on the second day of the conference. His commitment to the development of all regions of Kenya inspires us, and his presence at the conference underscores the importance he places to the growth and prosperity of this region. This conference is the brainchild, as you've heard, of Deputy Chief of Staff Eliud Owalo, and he sold the idea to the NYANZA Professional Forum, who then, as I've said earlier, organized today's conference. The NYANZA Professional Forum is a dedicated body of professionals hailing from the 6 counties of the region. We, the professionals of NYANZA, believe in the power of giving back to the communities that nurtured us. In collaboration with the Lake Region Economic Bloc counties, we have come together with a shared vision to foster socioeconomic growth and development through escalated private sector investment and sustained public sector support. Our theme, or the theme of the conference, NYANZA Rising Towards Economic Transformation for Socioeconomic Growth and Development, encapsulates our ambition and our belief in the immense potential of the region. We recognize that NYANZA holds a treasure trove of untapped opportunities, from the vast potential of the blue economy in Lake Victoria to the fertile lands ripe for agribusiness. The possibilities are therefore immense. We will be exploring these opportunities and others in areas such as manufacturing, infrastructure, affordable housing, tourism, mining, and others in more detail over the next 3 days. The conference has attracted significant interest, and we are delighted to have over 700 delegates in attendance from different parts of the world, including senior government officials, business leaders, professionals, academia, the diaspora, development partners, the diplomatic community, local and international investors, and non-governmental organizations. We also have among us representatives from the youth and women groups. And in addition, we have over 170 exhibitors who will be showcasing their products and services during the 3 days of the conference. The conference program is structured to maximize engagement with a mix of plenary sessions for broader discussions and focused breakaway sessions for in-depth exploration of specific thematic areas, which include, among others, the blue economy, agriculture, food security, nutrition and health, infrastructure, transport, energy, housing, irrigation, climate change, environment and waste management, education, tourism, sports and creative economy, technology and innovation for the blue economy, research, development and regulatory framework, and lastly, diaspora engagement. NYANZA's strategic position offers a significant advantage for trade within East and Central Africa region. Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater lake in the world, serves as a vital artery connecting us to the neighboring countries and facilitating the movement of goods and people. This strategic location, coupled with the immense potential of the lake itself, presents a unique opportunity for economic growth. In addition to our abundant resources, the lake region boosts and enables the right investment climate. Our national and county governments are committed to fostering an environment that encourages entrepreneurship and supports investors through favorable policies and incentives. The NYANZA region is home to a diverse pool of educated and well-trained individuals equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to meet the demands of modern industries and a modern economy. The NYANZA region's leadership, stakeholders, and our enterprising population are committed to providing a welcoming environment for investors. The Lake Region Economic Bloc is working to create a progressive investment climate and establish a framework that ensures ease of doing business, thereby reducing the bureaucratic hurdles and expediting processes for those who wish to invest in the region. Indeed, the biggest development opportunity, as we have said, is the Lake Economic Bloc counties. Also lies, as we have said, in the blue economy, which is the lake as the central platform for development in NYANZA. We recognize the lake's potential not only for fisheries and aquaculture, but also for tourism, transportation, and renewable energy. This conference will delve into various facets of the blue economy and explore sustainable ways to harness the potential and for the benefit of the communities around the lake region and in the larger region of Kenya. This conference is just not a talk shop, and it's not going to be a talk shop. It is a platform for concrete action. We aim to achieve several key objectives. One, showcase NYANZA's investment potential, where we'll highlight the unique opportunities that exist in the region, attracting both domestic and international investors. We'll forge strategic partnerships. We'll facilitate networking and collaboration between investors, entrepreneurs, and government agencies to create mutually beneficial partnerships. We'll market off-plan and market off-plan bankable investment opportunities which are available in the region. Provide investors with information on the NYANZA's regional development needs, status, gaps, and potential to support their investment decisions. And lastly, expand the existing economic value chains in the region through new capital flows and other investments across all sectors through investment vehicles such as partnerships, mergers, joint ventures, and global subcontracting. We are not blind to the development challenges that our region faces. We acknowledge the need for improved infrastructure, enhanced skills development, and greater access to finance. We recognize the importance of addressing issues of unemployment, particularly among the youth, and ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth that benefits members of our communities. These challenges, however, are not insurmountable. We believe that through strategic partnerships, innovative solutions, and shared commitment, we can overcome these hurdles and build a brighter future for the region. Over the next few days, we will delve into specific thematic areas I mentioned earlier. We will hear from expert speakers engaging in lively discussions and explore innovative solutions. We will also showcase successful projects and initiatives that are already making a difference in our region. I'm confident that this conference will be a turning point for the region and that the expected outcomes will all be realized. Finally, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all those who made this conference possible, to our patrons and partners in the Lake Region Economic Bloc counties. Your support has been invaluable. The potential investors who will be attending the conference now and coming to the area in future, thank you for choosing to be part of the development of the NYANZA region. To our sponsors, thank you for your generous contributions. To our speakers, panelists, and moderators, we appreciate you sharing your expertise. To the organizing committee, your dedication and hard work have been exemplary. And most importantly, to the people of NYANZA, the larger LREB, thank you for your unwavering support and belief in our shared vision. Let us work together, hand in hand, to build a NYANZA that is rising, a NYANZA that is prosperous, and a NYANZA that is a beacon of hope for the entire nation. Thank you very much. I'd like now to take this opportunity. I have the pleasure of inviting one of our patrons, the Deputy Chief of Staff, who, as I mentioned earlier, has been behind, was the brainchild behind this conference. As far as the professionals are concerned, this was the beginning of the work that we want to do in NYANZA. So this is just the beginning, and he thought that this would be a very good beginning for professionals to come back home in their main city of Kisumu to demonstrate that they are serious in terms of that standing to be counted as part of the development agenda for our region. So, without much ado, may I welcome the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Eliud Owalo, for a few remarks.
Thank you, Jeff. May I first of all start by expressing my gratitude to everybody who has taken time to be with us this morning. It has indeed been a long, long, long journey from the time this idea was conceptualized. Sometime in the year 2023, I did look back in retrospect and wondered why, as professionals from NYANZA, more often than not, we step forward to complain about underdevelopment, we step forward to complain about governance, yet we stay in the background. We are not part and parcel of what needs to be done. As far as development is concerned, we have largely left development to the two levels of government, the national government on one hand and the county governments on the other. So I did consult with my then senior brother, Ezekiel Machogu, and we decided to reach out to professionals from NYANZA so that we have a candid discussion and see what we could also do in our own small ways to augment the efforts of the two levels of government as far as the development agenda of this region is concerned. And that is what gave birth to the idea of the NYANZA International Investment Conference. Granted, we have had many similar conferences before, and the outputs of these conferences are well documented. We have also had various blueprints talking about the development issues in this region. If you look at the strategic plan for the Lake Region Economic Bloc, you'll get the development priorities of the Lake Region. If you go to the Lake Basin Development Authority Master Plan, you will get the development priorities of NYANZA. Similar conferences, such as the one which was led by Professor PLO Lumumba, another one by Professor Lawrence Gumbe, have aptly espoused the development priorities of NYANZA. But perhaps it was also now time to move from theory to practice, see how feasible it is to translate those strategic documents into action. So we quickly embarked on the process of working with the professionals, and that is what gave birth to the organizing committee that you have witnessed here today. The chairman, as you have been told, has been Mr. Jeff Olende. At inception, the vice chairman was Mr. Charles Nyachae, a well-renowned lawyer from this region. But after some months, due to certain contingencies of time, he stepped back a little bit after formal consultations, and we let that role be taken over by Mr. Evans Monari. These individuals have worked so hard, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 years. And I feel they were not well introduced. Allow me 1 minute to ask them to stand wherever they are so that I can introduce them properly. Just stand wherever you are. Stand wherever you are, the organizing committee members. Yes, Mr. Michael Monari is an investment banker. He's the vice chairman of the organizing committee. Betty Adera there is a health sector specialist, also a member of the committee. Commissioner Lillian Mairi, who is also a well-known lawyer in this country, is the chair of the Policy, Legal, and Regulatory Affairs Committee. Dr. Marcy Nyabwala there is a finance expert. We have got Professor Tom Olali there. He's the one who has been working with the moderators, and perhaps he's the best linguist we have in this country. Ambassador Grace Okara there is our Kenya missioner to UN Habitat. Fred Manyala. Fred Manyala there. Sorry, Fred is also there. Ministry of Education, our Honorable Attorney General Dorcas Oduor, the Solicitor General Shadrach Mose, Attorney General Dorcas Oduor, the Solicitor General Shadrach Mose, PS Cooperatives Patrick Kilemi, PS Crops Dr. Paul Rono, and PS Industry Dr. Muhwana. We also have the chairman of the Lake Region Economic Bloc there, Mr. Dianga Waore. We have got AFA Director, Mr. Samuel Ongo. We have got the chairman of Sony Sugar Company, Mr. Kopio. We have got the chairman of Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority, Mr. Jack Ranguma. The chairman of Universal Service Fund Advisory Council, Mr. James Ongwae. The chairman of Kenya National Trading Corporation, Dr. Evans Kidero. Chairman of Chemelil Sugar Company, Engineer John Nyambok. Board member, director of Konza Technopolis, Mayor Sam Okello. We have got the chairman of CDF Board Secretariat, Honorable Olago Alwoch. Director, Kenya Institute of Mass Communications, Bavin Boke. We have got, yes, and then we have got also Director Postal Corporation, Director ICT Authority, Mr. Mark Rabudi. Director Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency, Mercy Orlando. Director Postal of Corporation of Kenya, Mr. Fred Siengo. I'm not seeing, there's Mr. John Kirindo there, Director Lake Basin Development Authority. Yeah, Mr. Edwin Abonyo, Chairman of the National Museums of Kenya. Who else have I not introduced there? Okay, let's just clap for all of them, please. So, the rationale for this initiative, good people, is that we need to work together. We need to work together as a people of Nyanza, but while working for the interest of Nyanza, we need to work with everybody else within Kenya as a country and outside the geographical boundaries of Kenya, so that we can realize tangible development in this region. In equal measure, therefore, we reached out to various professional groups who have been very supportive. We have had preparatory meetings with the Law Society of Kenya under the chairmanship of Faith Odhiambo. We have had preparatory meetings with the Kenya Medical Association, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry under the presidency of Dr. Ruto, the universities, the academia, all the vice chancellors. I don't know if they are here. How many of them are here? Just stand up. At least you wave from wherever you are. Yeah, there's Professor Kuno there, Odinga University. There is Osur from Amref University. There is Emily, there's Professor Miseda from Great Lakes University. We have Professor Akuno from Kisii University, Professor Chola, Tomboya University. Professor Akama, sorry, from Kisii University. Professor Ochola from Tomboya University. From Muranga University. I've not seen Professor Lo Budho also. We worked with her very closely. And also we have Professor Mwenga here, who is from the Open University of Kenya. And engineers? Yes, we have worked with the engineers, Institute of Engineers of Kenya, and the president is here. The Surveyors of Kenya, their president is here. Also the Architectural Association of Kenya, and their president is here. That is the much that I can say for this at this point in time, and may I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this conference, and we look forward to a fruitful 3 days. Tomorrow we will be joined by about 10 cabinets.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the Governor, Gladys Wanga, Your Excellencies, Governors Emeritus here present, Members of Parliament present, our Attorney General, Principal Secretaries, we empower communities and nations to innovate, create, and thrive. And it is education that has laid the foundation for much of the progress that we are celebrating today in Nyanza. For our first-time visitors to Kenya, I extend a heartfelt Karibu Kenya. You are most welcome. This region of Nyanza has long been known for its cultural richness, its natural beauty, and its resilient people. But today, we stand here united with one common goal: to chart a bold and sustainable path forward for Nyanza's economic future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nyanza Investment Conference is not just a gathering of minds. It is a convergence of ideas, aspirations, and the will to act. It is a call to action for all of us to seize the opportunity to unlock the untapped potential that lies within our region. This conference brings together some of the brightest minds, leaders, and visionaries from across government, the private sector, academia, and the international community, all with the shared goal of fostering growth and sustainable development in Nyanza. Today, we have assembled an impressive group of participants that includes government ministers, county governors, CEOs, investors, business leaders, scholars, and members of the Nyanza diaspora. This diverse mix, Nyanza and the Lake region, and commitment for making this event a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the business of the day, it is important to take a moment to remember and honor the live and iconic figure from our region, the late Professor Bethuel Ogot. Professor Ogot was a renowned historian, scholar, and mentor whose contributions to academia and the intellectual development of Kenya remain invaluable. If Professor Ogot was here with us today, he would be sitting right here, contributing his wisdom and insights into the future of our region. May his soul been a cradle of intellectual and academic excellence. The late Professor David Peter Wasawo, a trailblazer from Game constituency and a PhD in 1959, and later became of the future generations of NYANZA best minds. His legacy, along with that of others from this region, has shaped the academic and professional landscape in Kenya. As we stand here today, we celebrate the fruits of consistent investments in education over the years. This investment by both government and private institutions has contributed to relatively high literacy levels in NYANZA compared to other regions of the country. According to the 2022 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, counties in NYANZA, with the exception of Ciala and Migori, recorded literacy rates above the national average. For women, the literacy in NYANZA, and especially in Nyamira, stands at 99%, Kisumu at 98%, and Kisii at 96.5%. For men, the literacy rates in Kisumu and Kisii at 99.4% and 98.4% respectively. That is impressive. These achievements reflect the importance of education in NYANZA's development and the commitment of the people and institutions that have supported this progress. However, while we celebrate these successes, we must also acknowledge that we have much to do. Our region still faces significant challenges, and we must work together to overcome them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while NYANZA has made impressive strides in education and human development, we are still faced with substantial socioeconomic challenges. According to a study by the Kenya Institute of Public Policy, Research and Analysis, the 6 counties of NYANZA contribute a meager 10% to the national GDP. Similarly, the 2023 brought the necessary conditions for sustainable investments and innovation to flourish. We must also embrace new technologies, modern business models, and a culture of entrepreneurship that will enable us to overcome the challenges that we face. The future of NYANZA is one where we harness the power of technology and innovation to create new opportunities for our people, particularly for the women and the youth. It is essential that we ensure that the participation of all segments of society is involved for this transformation to become a reality. Our expectations for this conference are high. We are not here to merely discuss potential. We are here to create action. We anticipate tangible outcomes from this conference, including a substantial rise in both local investments and foreign direct investments, the signing of at least 10 joint ventures and investment deals across the sectors, increased interest in sectors such as agriculture, the blue economy, and infrastructure development, greater involvement of women and youth in economic development, and the adoption of modern technologies to drive growth and innovation. Fellow delegates, this conference comes at a time when the government is actively implementing its development agenda for 2023 to 2027 cycle. This agenda is anchored in the Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The fourth medium-term plan, better known as MTP4, is designed to drive sustainable growth across 5 key sectors. These are finance and production, infrastructure, social, environmental and natural resources, and governance and public administration. I'm pleased to note that the themes and objectives of this conference align with the priorities outlined in the MTP4. The investment proposals, panel discussions, and sectoral focus here are aligned with the country's development goals, and this will enhance our collective efforts to transform Nyanza and the entire country. The government remains firmly committed, ladies and gentlemen, to ensuring a conducive investment climate in Kenya. We are continuously working to improve infrastructure, stream regulatory processes, and provide incentives for investors. Institutions such as the Kenya Investment Authority are dedicated to supporting investors every step of the way, and we are investing heavily in the expansion of our road networks, internet connectivity, and the promotion of green, clean energy solutions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that the discussions and partnerships fostered at this conference will be the beginning of a transformative journey to Nyanza and the Lake Region Economic Bloc. By working together, we will harness our region's potential and make a meaningful contribution to Kenya's national development goals. It is my conviction that the outcome from this investment conference will not only spur development in Nyanza region, the Lake Basin Regional Economic Bloc, but will also contribute to the projected national economic growth at 5.4% for 2025. Let us commit to translating the ideas, the strategies and opportunities discussed here to concrete action. Let us continue to build on the synergy between government, the private sector, development partners, and the people of Nyanza to create a prosperous, innovative, and sustainable future in our region. With your collective efforts, I'm confident that Nyanza will rise to become a beacon of economic transformation, innovation, and a sustainable growth. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless the people of Nyanza and the people of Kenya. And may our deliberations be fruitful and lead to a transformative action. Thank you
for those words of encouragement and wisdom. Thank you very much. Allow me just to recognize as we were proceeding, we were joined by Governor Ken Lusaka from Bungoma, who is also the Deputy Chair of the Lake Basin Economic Bloc. Karibu sana. Welcome, sir. If Fred Owegi is in the audience somewhere, maybe he can see the chairman, because we are going to have to change the program a little bit to accommodate, I recognize the fact that we are running very far behind schedule. And on that note, the remarks from CS Ogamba will mark the end of this session that we have had, which is kind of a formal, just introductions and opening remarks to set the tone for the next 3 days of conversations that we are going to have. I could like to hand over to the MC.
Let me assist Tom there. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the Governor for Homa Bay, Honorable Gladys Wanga, to come forward here and introduce all the governors and the deputy governors who have joined us this morning.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Governor, our host governor and chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, Governor Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o. Karibu sana. Your Excellency Governor Nyong'o, chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, Your Excellency Governor Ken Lusaka, Governor of Bungoma, Speaker of Senate Emeritus, Your Excellency Governor Wilbur Otichilo, Governor of Vihiga County, Cabinet Secretary for Education and Patron for the NYANZA International Investment Conference, Migosi Ogamba, Patron and brainchild of this investment conference, Deputy Chief of Staff, Eliud Owalo, our Attorney General, the first woman to hold that position, Dorcas Oduor, Principal Secretaries and the Solicitor General, Members of Parliament present here, Nominated Member of Parliament Irene Nyakerario, Member of Parliament Martin Owino, Ward Chief, Deputy Governors of Kisumu, Matthews Owili, of Vihiga, Kitiezo, my own Deputy Governor, Oyugi Magwanga, UN Women Representative in Kenya, Antonia Sodinon, former governors of Kisumu, Jack Ranguma, Kisii, James Ongwae, Nairobi, Dr. Evans Kidero, Dr. Susan Boya Kidero, who's come with Dr. Kidero as well, and all protocol observed, really. Good morning. It was my responsibility to chair the next session on the blue economy, and Mr. Wallo gave me another responsibility to introduce the governors, but I wouldn't want to do that because our chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc is now here. So I'd like to use this opportunity to invite you, Professor Nyong'o, as our host and chair of our bloc, to come and give your remarks and also introduce your members who are present here. So let's give a round of applause to Professor Nyong'o as he comes to welcome us as our host. Karibu.
Aya. Good morning, everybody. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Let me begin by welcoming you to Kisumu. I apologize for coming a little late. I had the Independent Police Oversight Authority in my office this morning, and we are discussing so many issues in security, which I couldn't leave as a governor and the host of the meeting. But let me introduce my colleagues who are here, my colleagues. Ken is there from Bungoma. Ken Lusaka, who is the deputy chairman of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. And then we have Wilbur Otichilo, the governor of Vihiga, who is here with us this morning. I don't know whether they have any other governor. So this light is so strong that I may miss somebody, but I think that's what we have. Huh? Ah, sure, yes. Okay, yes, yes. We have just the governor of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga. Thank you so much. And chairman of the ODM Executive Committee, this one here. Makofi kwake basi. It's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to the lakeside city of Kisumu and the great county of Kisumu for the first NYANZA International Investment Conference. This inaugural conference will turn yet another chapter in NYANZA's transformation agenda. And in that regard, I'd like to thank my dear friend Owalo and his team for initiating this idea and discussing with the Lake Region Economic Bloc so that it can be held. When you came to see me, I told him that this investment conference could better be held within the framework of Lake Region Economic Bloc, because we already have an institution that brings NYANZA governors together, NYANZA people together under the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which already, as you know, the chief executive is here, Victor Nyagaya, and I'm the chair, has helped us a lot to coordinate activities in the Lake Region. I must acknowledge that the choice of Kisumu for this investment conference by the organizers was well thought out, this being the first investment conference for the region. And Kisumu really, historically and otherwise, has become the hub of trade, innovation, and opportunity, and is the center of the region connecting all the counties in NYANZA. To the organizers, we say asante sana and karibuni sana Kisumu. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a testament to our shared vision of transforming NYANZA into a thriving investment destination with vast potential in agriculture, blue economy, infrastructure, tourism, and marketing and manufacturing. Our region stands ready for strategic partnerships that will drive economic growth and create sustainable livelihoods. Our counties are the focal points for development, and development being local, we must start at the lowest levels, ensuring that devolved functions are adequately implemented for the benefit of our people and overall development of our region. Fortunately, the Constitution gives devolved governments some very fundamental roles in development. Agriculture, for example, water and land, not to mention housing and human development in terms of early childhood education centers, which is the foundation of education in any society. Kisumu is open to business, and as a county, we are committed to fostering an enabling environment for investors through progressive policies, infrastructure development, and a skilled workforce. We believe that through collaboration, we can work new opportunities and accelerate our journey towards prosperity. As you engage in discussions over the next few days, I encourage you to explore, connect, and seize the possibilities that NYANZA has to offer. Let this conference mark the beginning of fruitful partnerships that will shape the future of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that we can only, through decentralized cooperation, the development of this region heavily depends on how well we can come together and form a united front for development. Once I was in a room somewhere, and I saw a big sign on the wall, "To come is wonderful, to come together is divine." Countries like Morocco, which are also here in Africa, have thrived on decentralized cooperation, and it's important for us to borrow a leaf from them and emulate how they succeed through partnerships and cooperation. The journey we have set out to do today is one that is set to change our region, but only with dedication. Let us work closely with relevant national government agencies, local and national private sector corporations, including private sector associations and organizations, to change the course of this region. Let us work together with international organizations that are interested in development, especially in the face of a reactionary move by the American president called Trump to withdraw economic cooperation with developing countries through institutions that have proved useful, like the World Health Organization and their own institution, USAID. But we in Africa don't want to cry over spilled milk. We must be innovative and cover the areas that institutions were helping without crying foul. I believe we can do it. One will do it for us. No one will do it for us. We must rise up for our people. And as I close, allow me to leave you with the words of Nelson Mandela. And I quote, "Do not," and I repeat, "do not look do not look the other way. Do not hesitate. Recognize that the world is hungry for action, not words. Act with courage and vision." Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kisumu. Enjoy the warmth of our people, the beauty of our landscapes, and the vibrancy of our economy, and the love of our people. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference and a happy stay in Kisumu. Feel at home and karibuni Kisumu. Asanteni sana.
Let's give Prof another round of applause. Thank you, Prof, for welcoming us. Let me recognize also the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Eric Ruto. Asante sana. And the organizers of this wonderful event, led by the Chairman, Jafo Lende, and the team of brilliant NYANZA professionals that we have been introduced to us here, and really all our partners who have made this event a success. We're going to go into the next session, which is the session on the blue economy. And many speakers ahead of me have spoken to one very distinct advantage that we have as a region, which is the blessing of having a part of the second largest freshwater lake in the world, and that is Lake Victoria. And that is why we are going to dive deep into discussions on the blue economy. And Homa Bay last year had a similar conference, which is the Homa Bay International Investment Conference. And to the organizers, this is wonderful. I know it's not easy to put this together. And since I'm Homa Bay's #1 ambassador, just before we jump into the discussions, I must take a minute or two to just tell you that actually of the 6% of Lake Victoria that is in Kenya, 80% of it is domiciled in Homa Bay County. And in Homa Bay, we have prioritized value chains of fish, cotton, edible oils, including sunflower, nuts, soya, and oil palm. And some of you may not know that in the KNBS report for 2023, Homa Bay was the leading producer of sunflower, according to that report, of sweet potatoes, #2 producer of cotton, #3 producer of millet, #1 producer of peanut, #12 producer of maize, #1 producer of fish. That is Homa Bay in terms of potential for investment. We also have a big potential for tourism with the Ruma National Park. And we have a special economic zone, which we call the Riwa City Special Economic Zone. And we're also open to BPO investment with Tomboya University, Mawego National Polytechnic, and others. This year in August, Homa Bay will be hosting the Devolution Conference, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. And with those 2 minutes of pitching, I'd like to now introduce my very, very powerful panel here, starting with John Mwendwa, OGW, who's the CEO of Ken Invest. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause. He's going to be talking up to us about investment opportunities and the potential here in this region. We have the indomitable Betsy Madhoni, who's the Principal Secretary for Blue Economy, who's done a great job with opening up the blue economy space, particularly inclusion of marginalized women into the blue economy space. Then we have Cesar Sio. Cesar Sio is the Chief Development Officer of Victory Farms. Victory Farms is now, I think, the largest supplier of tilapia fish in this country, and we will be having a very, very detailed discussion around the blue economy issues. And to start for us, I will be asking our PS, Betsy, to kindly just dive deep into the blue economy perspective. Please, welcome to speak to us and open for us the floor. Thank you. Yeah, you can speak from there or from here, wherever you're comfortable. You want to come? Okay, Karibu. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, the governors who are present here today, our cabinet secretaries, our beautiful AG, the first female to be the AG, my principal secretary colleagues, all protocols observed, not forgetting, of course, our partners, our people who are doing investment, the likes of Global Fish, Soribe, Global Tilapia. I recognize everybody, and of course, the leadership and the people behind the NYANZA International Investment Conference. Thank you so much for inviting us. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries, I just want to dive deep, just slightly, about the investments, the support the government of Kenya is doing to this blue space. The governor has said it very well. The CS and also the governor for Kisumu and Homa Bay, they have outlined the beautiful resource that we have as Kenyans. How do we tap into this? How do we bring it out? How do we bring in investment? How do we support our communities in the blue economy space? Therefore, I wanted to just give you a snippet of what potential in terms of fisheries the blue economy space is in the Lake Victoria. In the last year, the contribution to GDP of our country was around 0.5 to 0.6%. And this is something that we need to grow up to at least 10%. And we can do it. The potential of blue economy is between 150 billion to 300 billion in Kenya. But we are just a small fraction of it. We have only contributed 35.9% according to statistics. And out of that, Lake Victoria has contributed only 12 billion of the same. How do we grow this? How does government come in to support the investment in this space? I'm happy today I'm joined by two important key stakeholders in this space, from the investment arm, and I'm sure you'll be able to talk about it, and also from the private sector on ways on how we can be able to create a conducive environment for business to thrive. Therefore, I'll only speak basically on the plans we have made and the plans we are doing as government of Kenya. In this space, we have already done the regulatory and the governance and the policy instruments to ensure business people, our fisher folk, our women, the marginalized groups are supported. The second part we have done as government of Kenya is investment. In the last year, we have already constructed 4 landing sites in the Lake Victoria region and handed over to the county government to continue supporting the BMU units in the management of the same. This current financial year, we'll be doing 9 landing sites at a cost of 1.5 billion through the support of Government of Kenya and our development partners, IFAD. These landing sites will have the fish processing units, they'll have the ice making machines, they'll have the cold storage facilities, a place whereby the fisher folk, our women, can be able to sit and have decent meetings. They'll be solar powered because we understand the challenges sometimes we have with the grid. The second component we are doing is support aquaculture and cage farming. We'll be investing close to $1 billion on the same in cage culture, providing inputs, that is the feed and the seed on the same. We'll also be providing grants for the entire Luo Nyanza region. These are the intervention the government of Kenya is doing, and our able leadership of His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, so that we can be able to grow the sector. This is not all. We have planned more interventions in the coming subsequent years, and we'll be working very closely as we continue to work. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize and appreciate all the governors, all the leadership of the county governments of the entire region. We couldn't have done this without you. And we are here today to support the investment. We have had very many conversation engagements with the private sector, as I said earlier, CISA, Global Tilapia, Sorry, and many other friends that we have engaged to ensure that they have a conducive environment to thrive in business. So for me here is just to offer our commitment, and on behalf of my Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency Hassan Ali Joho, we will be able to support the blue economy and fisheries sector in both fisheries, aquaculture, maritime transport, maritime security, tourism, and many other components that covers the blue economy sector. So, Your Excellency the Governor, I think I've made a few remarks on the same and the plans we have as government. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Very much.
Thank you very much, PS. Let's give her another round of applause. Asante sana. I'd like now to welcome John Mwendwa. Please come and give us an overview of investment space in Kenya, and with a focus deep dive in Nyanza. Karibu.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All protocols observed, because that has been done. Mine is to run through a couple of slides and tell you exactly why is it important to invest in Kenya. So I'm here to give you the language of business that investment community want to hear. Good. So we are in Nyanza today, but I want us to talk about three perspectives. The first one is I want us to go global, then we arrive here local. We give you some snippets about why Kenya, and then we'll talk about the work we are doing with county governments and the bankable investment opportunities we have here, just a couple of them. So, if you look at the graph that is there, it is just good to understand and contextualize what is really happening globally today. If you look at the very top, the 1.245 number, that is the number in trillions of dollars that was FDI as at 2023 globally. That $1.2 trillion, Asia took the largest share, North America, and Africa is somewhere at the bottom. We took just about $53 billion. And there is a reason this number is very important. And this context is important so we understand what do we need to do to come from there to here. And just moving on swiftly, please move on. Some of the sectors that investors globally are looking to do business in are as listed there. There is a lot of movement and investment potential in power, renewable energy, transport, and some of the sectors you're seeing here. But these sectors do not actually include opportunities in greenfield investments, which take the largest share of investments globally, and things like mergers and acquisitions. I am just trying to say, if you're thinking global, this is where it is happening, and we must land it here. And it's just important to understand, as we focus on investments, what are we looking at? And you can see some of the areas we are focusing on as a country, including that some of them that are here, are happening out there in the global stage. Let's then proceed to Africa. If you come to Africa, you will see that we only account for $53 billion of FDI in the last recorded report by UNCTAD in 2023. And you can see on the left in West Africa, Some countries are really making it happen. $1 billion in Morocco, Ghana 1.4, DRC, it's of course in Central Africa there, 1.6. Kenya on the right side, about $1.5 billion. Annual investments, FDI foreign. Egypt is a giant up there. Ethiopia is, of course, giving us a run, but we are catching up. But this is just important to understand that in the whole of the EAC, for example, we had $8.5 billion. Kenya had just $1.5 billion, and there is potential. Now, if you proceed on to my next slide, if you specifically then come to Kenya, you will see that in 2013, we nearly hit $2 billion. And in 2022, we're about $1.5 billion. So we have been steady, but we could do better. If you can contextualize this with what I gave before, we really need to see how to pace up. But on the right side, as we talk about foreign investment, is also direct domestic investment, or domestic direct investment, DDI. Central bank data is telling us that in the last 18 or so months, 500 billion Kenya shillings worth of credit was given to private sector in this country, which means it's for businesses and private investors who are potentially existing, and the bulk of that is in manufacturing and trade. So there is plenty of capital, and I will be talking about that, the opportunities as I progress forward, but it's just good to understand you. So why are we really saying invest in Kenya today? We know this story, it has been told, I will just gloss over it. But if you are in Kenya, you have access to global markets. We have the EAC market, the numbers are there, I will not read them. We have done AGOA recently, the US. There's the hopeful renewal of AGOA to connect our people to the market in the US. Recently, His Excellency the President was in the UAE. There's a SEPA agreement. We know there are many opportunities we have on renewable energy. We are beyond 90% green, and we continue to offer objectives that are aligned to green production. We are the logistics hub and innovation hub of this region. The narrative is known. We offer an array of investments. If you are investing in Kenya today, you can 100% repatriate your profits. We have an environment of plug and play, EPZ, SEZs. Everything is ready for you when you're investing in Kenya. We know we are a giant in the region, and I'll be talking about the opportunity in NYANZA shortly. And the CS education spoke about our talent and our skill set that is available for people to really tap in and to be able to serve any investors here. There are many more enablers and sound bites that are good for Kenya. We just want to share some of them with the people in this room. Now, moving on swiftly so that we land here, we really need to ask ourselves, when investors come to Kenya, where do they go? And they come to a county. So we have really worked with some of the counties in this region, but the ones that are represented mostly in this conference, Homa Bay, of course, His Excellency Governor Wanga's conference, and a few other activities in her area, in Kisii as well, the Kisii County Conference, in Kisumu, there are free cities that His Excellency Governor Nyong'o did recently, and we continue to work on a few other projects that are listed there. These are just some examples. In Migori, on some opportunities on blue economy that the PS and her team in the ministry are leading on. In Nyamira, of course, there's an investment unit there. His Excellency is doing something around that. And of course, there are some plans in the pipeline with our colleague, His Excellency from Ciala. We want to see whether we can be able to do something. But moving on swiftly, these are just some of the context. Now, what are we trying to really do in the investment space with counties today? There is a very important narrative and a program of government with counties on the county aggregation industrial parks. Others have county, non-KIPE, but industrial parks. We understand some of them are in different stages of completion. The counties that are shaded on that, about 11, 12 of them, we understand they are near ready with 100% financing. We want to see how we can partner with counties to really make them ready for investments. We want to help you profile them better, make them ready, and we have offered to see whether we can help at least in bankability preparation for at least one value chain opportunity, so that as we work with financiers, when you do open up your county aggregation industrial park, you can have an investor on ground and we can do groundbreaking. We understand the language of investment from preparation and from conceptualization to groundbreaking takes a bit of time. So we are also hoping to work with counties in terms of investor targeting and structuring the transactions available in the counties to make this happen. The second item is really on how to get better organized on investment conferencing. We are glad the organizers of this event have gone out globally to bring people here, local and international. We want to really see whether we can do a checklist that enables us to be better organized. So we do prior planning so that when investors come here, like the 10 that are going to sign agreements here, we are signing investment memoranda that has gone through a lot of conceptualization, thinking, financial modeling, etc. And we want to offer that ecosystem. The third item is we have a database of projects that we can work with counties and investors who are here, and we are open to invite more projects from counties to come and work with us so that we can really see whether we can link them to you and go to the ground. If there is an investment opportunity that is here that is not with us yet, we want to welcome you to work with us to be able to assist you on joining our pipeline. We will be producing very shortly a national deal book of investment transactions, and that transaction to be listed in a national investment deal book has to be viable, has to have been packaged properly so that it can meet the threshold of financial close and groundbreaking so that investments can really happen on the ground. And my last two slides as I conclude is these are some examples of investment projects that are bankable in this region today. There are many more that has been spoken to, but I'll just highlight on this because this is a language that investors want to hear. In Homa Bay, aligned to the blue economy agenda, there's the buy fish processing plant, which is really highly a technological investment. A good ticket size of $5 million. We estimate the numbers to make it a viable opportunity. The internal rate of return is 18%. And we think with the increased focus on this and with a bit of support from the county government in terms of the business ecosystem, the numbers will get better in terms of return on investment to do that. The models that you can adopt as an investor willing to take up this opportunity is either a build, own, and transfer model, which is a BOT, or the PPP model, or JVs. The flexibility around this is available. We want to work with the investor and the county and national government to realize this. In Kisii, there is a healthcare institution with nearly $100 million investment which is available. The numbers are quite good, double-digit IRR, nearly 25%. Again, option of partnership and the model of structuring to make it happen is available. In Kisumu, there is a convention center which has just been brought to our attention. We think is a viable investment opportunity. The numbers indicatively is around $14 million today. We can work with the county of Kisumu to see how to make this ready and happen and agree what is a possible structure around it. In Migori, we have the abattoir. Again, of course, in the livestock value chain, a $5 million transaction. None of the IRRs in this region are literally below 15%, so fairly attractive projects. We want to open up the deal room and see whether you can look through the data there and look at these opportunities. And of course, in Nyamira, we have another $13 million project on an agro-processing park, and we want to see whether the opportunity to lease that land to a private investor can be available. And finally, in Ciala, a $90 million renewable energy plant that is available. We want to see whether through the county and partnership with the national government, Ministry of Energy colleagues, we can see what that means. This is just but a flavor of what is really available here. We want to share more opportunities and ensure we walk them through that value chain. We are available to help investors walk through the journey, and through partnership with the Kenya Development Corporation, which is here today on the back of this meeting, we have a side event where we want to talk to investors, listen to opportunities that you have, and help you so that we can really walk the journey to make it happen. We are here finally as we conclude. I understand my chairperson of the board, Madam Sally Mahi, who is here. She was forgotten. I'd like to appreciate her and recognize her, and want to support the theme of this conference, which is on really the support of the economic development of this region. We are excited at the opportunities that are here, and we will work with you both at the county level and the investment community to make investment happen. Our mantra is we are now translating lead opportunities, and that's the language we want to speak. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Earlier, my governor introduced herself as the #1 ambassador of investment to Homa Bay. Governor, let me say that I am the #2 ambassador of investment to Homa Bay, because as a major investor in Homa Bay, the county has been very accommodating. And really, I would encourage any serious investor to NYANZA to make Homa Bay County their first stop. So, fish farming is an interesting 2 words, because fish farming is not only about fish farming. If we unpack the value chain in fish farming, let's talk about the production of feed, for example. Now, we are building the largest feed mill, fish feed mill in Eastern Central Africa in Homa Bay County. Now, this feed mill will require inputs. Those inputs, such as what you heard here, sunflower, soya, maize, those inputs have to come from the farmers who are available around that feed mill. Let's move from a feed mill, and let's not even consider the jobs created in that feed mill. How about seed, fingerlings? Many fish farmers do not want to get into the production of fingerlings for their fish farms. There's immense opportunity, very lucrative opportunity in growing good quality fingerlings for the market. I know of a farmer in Kindu Bay who exclusively does fingerlings. If you leave feed and seed and proceed to production, there are many fish farmers who do not want to deal with other details, but are good at putting fish in ponds or cages and growing them for 8 months. If we could give them the opportunity to do what they do best by giving others the opportunity to embrace and take advantage of the different components of the fish farming value chain, we improve and increase commercial activity within NYANZA. Moving away from production, there is an immense opportunity in cold chain logistics. How many fish farmers do you hear are stuck with their fish at their ponds? They do not know where to take those fish after growing them for 10 months. Many. That is a whole business waiting to happen. And at the end of that cold chain logistics, there's the sale and distribution of fish. Victory Farms has got an army of over 15,000 market women, also known as Mama Samaki, who sell our fish out here. Keep in mind that there is a shortage of fish in Kenya. So there is a lot of space for expansion, not just of production, but expanding this force of SMEs to get that fish to the final consumer. So when I say fish farming is not just about fish farming, it is true. Let's not restrict our imagination. There's so much more that can come out of fish farming that will transform this region. Governor, you talked about the opportunities, what we have done in regards to women. So first, I've already talked about the SMEs created. For some reason, these 15,000 Mama Samakis are literally that. They are Mama Samakis. Women are the ones who have embraced this opportunity. And there is space for many more women to continue to embrace this opportunity. But we have also seen women grow from small other mama samakis. So they are growing themselves. It is not a stagnant business. It is a business that has got opportunity for growth. Secondly, around our farm where we produce fish, there used to be a terrible practice called fish for sex. No. It is fortunate that that practice does not exist anymore. It's a shameful practice, and because Victory Farms is able to provide quality fish at reasonable prices when they need it, that practice of fish for sex died. It no longer exists. Governor, I think I will restrict my comments to that. I do have a full presentation later on, and I'll dive a little bit more into some of the comments that I've made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that will mark the close of our discussions because of time, and we have to give way to the next panel. I see the next moderator is already here, but what has been said is the Lake region is open for investment, and they are bankable, as highlighted by Ken Invest. The governments at national and county levels are committed and investing and putting in place a policy framework that is friendly, as highlighted by our PS, and that this is possible on ground, as highlighted by Caesar. Thank you very, very much, and God bless you as we continue with our discussions. And thank you very much to our panelists for that very useful discussion. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our great first panel for our investment conference. Your Excellency, Madam Governor, please pose for a picture here together with your panelists, and please give a round of applause for ably taking us through the investment landscape, particularly the blue economy. So I'll follow the guidance there really quick. Thank you. Fred, I'll ask you to please join the team. Okay. I also want to mention that thanks to the great initiative, this is actually talk and actions, right? Thanks to the investment conference that Madam Mwanga hosted, she had 19 MOUs signed, and she has 6 currently in implementation, and that's just over a year ago. So speaking into the potential that we have moving in from the conversations to the deals. So please give a round of applause, of course, representing the larger Lake Region Economic Bloc. Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm duly advised, as the team settles down, we will not formally break, but we'll just proceed on. As John mentioned, indeed, the language of business is timekeeping, and we're just following the money. So allow me to just advise that we'll have a rolling program where we'll have the next few panels, just 2 panels before we break for lunch. Each will be just about 30 minutes, and after which then we can proceed on to our breakaway session. Ladies and gentlemen, our breakaway session, and in case you just joined us online, will be on www.NYANZA, I'll repeat, www.nyanza.org. That's where you can download the conference program. Please follow through what's happening on stage. After the next panel sessions on agriculture, food security, nutrition, and health, this will be ably moderated by Dr. Caleb Olweni Ochia. If you can just come up. And then I can have Professor Augustine Makoha as well on standby, who will be moderating the panel on technologies and innovation as the main
contribution to the development of the region. How can we ensure, for example, that they have got the correct skills, the education they need, that they are properly facilitated to make their greatest contribution in NYANZA. So that's very important. Now, whereas NYANZA has 13% of the country's population, NYANZA sits on only approximately 12,600 square kilometers of surface area. What does that mean? That is only 2% of the country. So the immediate implication of this is that we've got some of the highest population densities in NYANZA. NYANZA has got a density of about 530 people per square kilometer. The other 41 counties have got average population density of about 80 people. Kenya in general has got population densities of less than 100 people per kilometer square. So you can see that the densities in Nyanza are fairly high. I'm going to come back later to the implications of that. Between 2019 and 2023, the population of Nyanza grew by 8%. That means Nyanza added more than 506,000 people to its population. During the same time, the number of households in Nyanza increased from 1.8 million to more than 2 million. Why is this important in the conference we are having now? Because housing is going to be a really important consideration, because by the year 2030, Nyanza will require more than 2 million houses for its population. So that's critical for us to have in mind. The second slide, please. Now, in the context of Kenya's devolution and Kenya's fiscal decentralization, it is important to consider the fiscal performance of Nyanza's 6 county governments and the implications that this performance might have for economic development, but also for attracting investment. In fiscal year 2023, the combined budget estimates for Nyanza, that's the 6 county governments, was more than 66 billion Kenya shillings. That's roughly 12% of the budget of all of the 47 county governments. Total transfers from the national government, I'm talking about the equitable share and the conditional allocations that come from the county governments, those amounted to more than 46 billion Kenya shillings, while locally generated revenue was only about 5.3 billion, which was 70% of targeted collection. So we can see that there was improvement, but we can see that there is still a gap in terms of local revenue generation. Total expenditure by the 6 county governments amounted to nearly 50 billion shillings, of which 75% went into recurrent expenditure. Only 23% went into development. And I think that this is going to be an important consideration as we meet the next 2 days, because development spending is what triggers economic growth primarily, and it's also what drives investments in our counties. So that's going to be an important consideration for us to have. The 6 counties of Nyanza, their average budget absorption rate was about 75%, which is slightly lower than the average for all of the 47 county governments put together. Why is this important? Why this is important is that budgets not absorbed represent an opportunity cost in terms of public services not delivered to the populations we were just looking at. So there is room for improvement in that sort of context. Let's move to slide number 3, please. Now, in measuring and comparing economic performance of county governments, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics uses a metric that is known as the gross county product. And this is a measure of the net market value of all of the final goods and services that are produced within each county. According to KNBS, estimates of gross county products can be used for, among other things, gauging investment potential of the counties. Now, the most recent report by KNBS was published in 2024, and it tracks the economic potential of all the 47 county governments. According to those statistics, Nyanza contributes 9% of Kenya's GDP, and in the year 2023, this was equivalent to 820 billion Kenya shillings, having grown from 713 billion shillings in the year 2019. Now that's an improvement of 15%, equivalent to 109 billion Kenya shillings. So growth is happening, okay? And I like the title that was used in by the conference organizers, Nyanza Rising. Now, Nyanza Rising is not going to happen in the future. Nyanza is already rising, going by these numbers here. Shall we move to the next slide, please? Between the year 2019 and 2023, the economies of Nyanza's 6 counties grew on average by 3.4% relative to Kenya's GDP growth of 4.6% in gross value added terms. Kisumu and Kisii grew by more than 4% each. 16 counties in total recorded growth rates more than the national average. 5 counties recorded growth rates below 3%, with 3 of these counties registering growth rates of less than 2%. And as you can see, Ciala, one of our Nyanza counties, falls in that category. What I see is potential for improvement. The next slide, please. Now, during the 5-year period, 2019 to 2023, the 6 Nyanza counties contributed significantly to Kenya's gross value added in the economy's main sector. Nyanza's greatest contribution was in agriculture, forestry, and fishing, and I believe that this is the sector where the blue economy that we have just discussed falls into. In this particular sector, the 6 Nyanza counties are responsible for 13% of gross value add for the whole country, with Kisii contributing the highest, as you can see in the chart in front of you. Nyanza's contribution to services, manufacturing, and the secondary sector activities is estimated at 8%, 7%, and 6% respectively, with Kisumu County contributing the highest among the Nyanza counties in each of the 3 sectors I've just talked about. I just want to clarify that manufacturing in this context includes both formal and informal sector. So it includes what we refer to as the Jua Kali sector, what is carried out by the unincorporated household enterprises. And also just to point out that the secondary sector activities include mining, quarrying, water supply, electricity generation, construction, etc., etc. Now, this is critical for Nyanza as we have these discussions on investment. And why is that so? Because the opportunity is how can Nyanza enhance contribution of natural resource-based subsectors while also diversifying its contribution into services, manufacturing, secondary activities, etc. So those discussions are going to happen in detail in the next a few days. Next slide, please. The CES for Education, in his opening remarks, he highlighted some of the socio-economic challenges that Nyanza would have to overcome to attain its potential. One of those challenges is poverty, and poverty remains one of the main challenges inhibiting economic development, but also inhibiting investments, because investors want to go where people can buy their goods and services. And so poverty is an impediment to economic growth, and poverty is also an impediment to investment. However, I'm happy to indicate that during the last 10 years, Nyanza has made significant strides in dealing with poverty, which is a major objective of economic development, but also a key objective of our investment efforts. Between the year 2015 and 2022, the overall poverty index in Nyanza appears to have remained more or less the same on average, while the overall poverty incidence in the country worsened, as you can see in the graph on your extreme right hand. What this means for Nyanza, however, is that approximately 2.5 million people, most of them in the rural areas, cannot meet basic food and non-food items. So Nyanza, in order to attract all the investment it needs, but in order to grow, Nyanza will also need a coherent strategy for dealing with poverty, as this will unleash the region's economic potential and prospects for investment. The final slide, please. So NYANZA is growing, perhaps not as fast as expected, but we believe that there are prospects to escalate that pace of economic growth. The region has got tremendous resources, people, finances, natural resources, as we have just heard, and lots of advantages of geography. So the key questions, these are the questions that I began with, is that whereas NYANZA is growing economically, how can that pace of economic growth be escalated? How can that development be made more inclusive, both geographically, but also for different population segments? And finally, once we have achieved that development and that investment, how can we ensure that we sustain this for the longest period in time? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your audience, and looking forward to hear your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's Mr. Fred Oegi, who's the economist, public policy expert, giving us an overview on NYANZA. Just before I invite the moderator for the session on agriculture, food security, nutrition and health, I'd like to announce Dr. Nahashon Aseka. Please help me welcome Dr. Nahashon Aseka to join the rest of the panelists on stage. He's the former managing director at Mumias Sugar, and he'll also be giving a presentation. I now want to hand over the next set of the program for just under 30 minutes. Dr. Caleb Olweni Ochia to take it up from here.
Thank you. Can you clap for Nation as it's coming up? Ladies and gentlemen, I have my three panelists seated already. We have the PS, State Department of Agriculture. We have CESA that we've listened to before, and the Nation is coming. Agriculture is quite fundamental in terms of GDP. We know its nexus to health, and of course, as a feedstock to raw materials, and of course, how much it can do to support livelihoods. Without wasting time, let me introduce my first panelist, Dr. Paul Rono, who will be taking us through agricultural transformations and increased investments, strategies under bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. First of all, let me recognize the following: our CS in charge of education, Excellencies the Governors, Attorney General, the PSS Presidents, the President of the Kenya Chamber of Commerce, the investors, the exhibitors, and of importance, our farmers. Good morning. It is afternoon. And of course, the key organizer, Honorable Owalo. I must mention this because when this forum was being created, I remember the Deputy Chief of Staff really took a personal plan to ensure that it happened. I remember, Owalo, you sent me a team of experts to discuss facts and figures and what way to go on matters NYANZA and also the whole region. I remember we discussed with the team and we agreed that we need to stop putting things on paper and leaving them on shelves to really going to full implementation. And ladies and gentlemen, if we might forget anything in this forum, please write notes and bring to our offices so that we can implement. As you write your big document, which sometimes remain a draft in the shelves, because we cannot wait any longer. From the discussion I have had, from the CEs, from the governors, from all the speakers, there is great potential in this region, and there is a lot of report written about it. And we are saying this should not be another report. This should be an implementation report, an action agenda, so that next time we will not be saying we have the second largest freshwater lake. The question will be asked, so what? So what? We need to say, we have done 1, 2, 3. And then you'll be asked why. You say, because we have the second largest lake or freshwater lake in the region. That makes sense. That is where we want to move going forward. Otherwise, allow me to go to facts and figures. Receive greetings from the CS, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Honorable Senator Mutai Kakwe, who would have liked to be here with us. Also receive greetings from our farmers. I'm saying that because I want to ask this question. If there's anybody who have not eaten for 1 week, put up your hand. 1 week. If there's anybody who have not eaten for maybe 2 days, put up your hand. No. Maybe 1 day only, put up your hand. We need to ask ourselves, even after this, that we'll be going for lunch, but we have never asked ourselves, who normally produce this food? And that is why our farmers is so central to matters to do with food security, which is real security. And that is why in SDG 1.2, it talks about a lot of food. And then number 3, discuss elements to do with health, which means you have eaten well, then you are healthy. I'm happy to have the PSS here who are in a cohort. Me, I'm in production with PS Petsy. I think she has talked. We are on production. BS Livestock, we are on production. After production, we just take to PS Industry to tell us whether we can do agro processing. And that is why he's here. But before that, we normally ask BS Trade whether there is market for this production. Those are a question we put in a box. And then we say, how many people can we employ it? Then we go to PS MSME. And then we say, are there investors? Then we have PS in charge of investment. Within the space and the discussion of this forum, I hope all those state departments will get a chance to tell you more, because in an investment forum, it is a serious forum of money included. I want to go direct to facts and figures. Let us talk about people. I have liked the population of NYANZA, that it is growing at a very high rate, 8%. Think about it. By year 2030, it will be 2 million mouths to be fed by year 2030. But I want to scare you that by year 2050, the population of the world will have grown from the current 8.2 billion to 9.7 billion by the year 2030. Come to Africa. By the year 2050, the population of Africa will have grown. The current population is around 56.4, around 1.5 billion to 2.5 billion by the year 2050. But come to Kenya slowly. We are talking about around 56 million people. But by the year 2050, the figures will have grown. The way you saw this region is growing. Even Kenyans, also other regions are growing, 91.6 million. I'm saying that because when we talk about agriculture and we talk about food security, we talk about numbers. It is about numbers. That is very important. Our small space in form of counties and regions, and as a nation, it is also important to look at the global market for our food, for our product, and also the dynamics which are affecting our production. The ministry play a very important role. It does that. And it is very hard, ladies and gentlemen, to put food on the table, to be the breadwinner. I hope you know it. Ministry of Agriculture is the breadwinner for Kenya. So I'm happy you raise your hand to say, even after this, you will take something. Every governor, you are a breadwinner for your county. You are a breadwinner for your county. When you look at the plans for this administration, we had 3 trenches. Trench number 1 on food security pillar. I was expecting a presentation which we have identified around 12 value chains to be addressed under food security. Kukulatu, but let me tell you, as we discuss in this conference, we need to stop the word calling ourselves a food basket to have a more transformative international thinking about how you can turn agriculture into commercial farming. Because food basket is good, but what does it mean to the farmer, to the economy of this country, which depends on agriculture? So we have maize being, you saw that 8%. Lazima chakula ilikuwa, mahindi ilikuwa, ukienda Bungoma, unaona imejaa, ukienda Homa Bay, and all the counties in this region. We have also Irish potato, we have sweet potato, we have dairy, we have fish, we have pork, and we have others like vegetables. That is on the line of production. When you look at the other trend of reduction in import, we need to say no more import. Or if we are to import, we need to have a very calculative way of importing. So we are talking about rice, wheat, sugarcane, honey, cotton, sorghum, oil seeds. We need to reduce on that one. So as we discuss about this space and we look for the investors, we'll be looking at strategies and intervention to see how best can we reduce on importation of food. Then we say we need to look at the other market, the international market, export pillars. We need to increase our export market. And we are looking at coffee, tea, miraa, fruits, nuts, vegetables, etc. Those are the days when the manifesto was being written. But things have changed. That sugar has come in to be one of our export crops. Because within only 1 year, we've been able as this government to manage matters to do with sugar. And I'm happy this region, sugar is big. We have managed to stop importation, and now we are moving to export. These are some of the key achievements the sector has achieved in terms of farmer organization, which I think PS is here on cooperatives to make sure that the farmers are organized very well, because the future of farming and the future of great investment in farming is to put our farmers into cooperatives. So I know PS Kileme is doing that, because if we really need to talk to farmers, they must be in a structured way so that investors are also able to appreciate and have an easier way of managing farmers. So we'll be looking at 1450 cooperatives, 1 per ward, so that we can give farm input to farmers, we can train farmers, we can also give our finances to farmers. At the same time, we'll also be able to assist them on things to do with post-harvest losses and also commercialization of the farms. Those are the areas I expect investors to look into. Almost the last is county government. It is true that agriculture is devolved. A lot is done at the county level. And we are saying as national government, as we discuss this investment model, I wish the national government has got no role where possible, so that we enable all counties to do this work very well. Issues to do with extension services has been a serious concern and a challenge. If the county government can assist in this investment, identify how best we can engage capacity building for our farmers and travel along or work along with our farmers in terms of value addition, best agricultural practices, that will be a plus. I will just go to the last slide to tell you how we have performed on some of the sectors, especially the key areas which I think you may need to look into. Sugar, 2023 production was 472,000 800,000 metric tons. In 2024, it has gone to 832,000 metric tons, which is high above our national consumption. That is an area for investment. Region, let's sow sugar in the shelves in America. Let us put all our produce in the shelves in the international market. That is where we should be looking for. And as we look at this, we have this plan to lease out and look for strategic investors for our 4 sugar factories, which, as you are aware, it is now ongoing. That is open for investors so that there is a lot of value addition in agriculture so that we don't sell our product at the price of wood, yet we could have sold at the price of gold, just because we fail on value addition. On matters to do with rice, which I think this region you can assist us. I know the production went down because of lack of support, maybe structurally or policy-wise. But when you look at sugar, rice production, in 2023, it shoot to 244,000 metric tons against our production, our annual demand of 1 million metric tons. That leaves us as a ministry, as government, to import the remaining part. If you can assist on that, as an investor, as a region, we'll be more than happy. You go to cotton, this region is good in cotton. Please, investors and the Ministry of Agriculture, we have 1.7 million hectares of land, which we want investors to come and assist us use that land for production. Cotton, as we work with the county government, we want to request the investors to assist us in propagation of seeds and technologies required to upscale the production of the seed of what is called the open pollinated cotton seeds, so that we move from the current 18,000 hectares to 160,000 hectares in terms of production for cotton. Lastly is maize, that you know. This region, I depend on you. The fertilizers requirement for this region is over 1 million bags by year. If we can upscale this and come up with cottages and value addition, this is a sector where we can lead in Africa. As we talk now, Tanzania is leading in maize production, then is second in the continent, followed by Kenya. We produced last year close to 62 million bags of maize, and we are targeting this year over 80 million bags of maize. There is space for investors in terms of factories for fertilizers, in terms of agro businesses, and in terms of storage. County government and investors. There is no value investing in KIPes if you don't invest in production. Those KIPes will be empty. We need to move with speed and provide the necessary variety of seeds to our farmers in quality, quantity, and also climate proof, so that the KIPes we are investing in will have production. Otherwise, we can have empty KIPes, or you get disparate in terms of lack of focus as a county in these KIPes. So let us give farmers seeds, let us support farmers to produce so that these KIPes are utilized. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you well in this discussion, and we look forward as a ministry to supporting all investors in this conference. And I'm waiting for the document to come to the Ministry of Agriculture on which way to go so that we support.
Can we give the PS a better round of applause? Thank you, Bwana PS. We are ready to give you our big ideas. put money into. We have the prioritized crops that you've mentioned. I hope the outcome committee will give us good output so that you can put your money there. We have less than 10 minutes to conclude this. We are pressed with time. I want to invite Caesar. Caesar, you have less than 6 minutes. If you have slides that you need to display, kindly run through them. You had spoken earlier on the sustainable fish farming, the experience of Victory Farms.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I will just reintroduce myself as a formality. My name is Caesar Asio from Victory Farms.
Thank you, Doc. That was good.
I have instructions to be quick, so I will try and abide by your instructions. So I am here to share with you lessons in sustainable farming at Victory Farms. Sustainable practices in business must be examined first in the context of prevailing business environment. The stability and predictability of the business environment is a prerequisite for growth and development of sustainable business practices. A lack of predictability in the legal and policy framework greatly disrupts business planning operations, as entrepreneurs are no longer able to definitively plan costs. Any sudden changes in industry regulations, for example, immediately diverts resource allocation from productivity to meeting costs associated with compliance as a priority. This greatly impacts forward planning and by extension also impacts planning for sustainability and planning for growth. Sustainable fish farming refers to practices and strategies that enable fish farmers to operate in an environmentally friendly, socially responsible, and economically viable way. For example, Victory Farms branches do not use electricity to keep our fish cold or chilled. None of our branches are refrigerated. The farm in Homa Bay runs fully on solar during the day, and out in the fields, our ponds are filled by water pumps that run on solar. While our feed mill, our first feed mill, which is located in Naivasha, runs on geothermal and solar power. For the purpose of this presentation, however, we will examine a non-exhaustive integration, innovation, community collaboration, food and nutrition security, conservation, and a strong ESG focus. Victory Farms, on vertical integration, Victory Farms is present in Kenya and Rwanda. We employ over 1,000 staff, feed over 60 million fish meals per year through 100 retail branches, and have 15,000 female-led SMEs, better known as Mama Samaki. This is possible because Victory Farms is fully vertically integrated. That means we control our entire value chain and benefit from the standardization, synergies, efficiencies, and savings. We engage in fish breeding and local feed production. We produce eggs from our broodstock. The eggs are hatched and transferred as fingerlings to a nursery in-house. Once ready, the fingerlings are transferred into our production cages. Production takes approximately 10 months without any hormones or antibiotics. We harvest directly into ice slurry and process the fish by scaling, gutting, washing, sizing, and then chilling. Thereafter, we distribute, ensuring that fresh chilled fish reaches all of our 100 branches within 48 hours of harvest. At each stage of vertical integration, we have built in sustainable practices largely on the back of innovation and data. The creation of highly customized feed, selective breeding, strict data and science-driven production the strategic location of our branches in low and middle income areas, and the reliance on data and analytics for each and every single customer has given us deep insights on how to continue growing as a sustainable, viable, and competitive business. Victory Farms has demonstrated that it is possible to establish a viable, scalable, environmentally responsible and sustainable commercial fish farm on Lake Victoria. Innovation plays a large part, but other factors such as good farm practice, research and development, adoption of appropriate technology, green energy, and the use of data in decision-making have also contributed significantly to realizing our sustainability goals. For me, the most interesting innovations that we are working on are to enhance sustainability at this time through selective breeding, customized fish feed, formulation of novel feed, advanced data analytics, and the outsourcing of egg production. Through selective breeding, we are working to create a healthy and robust, commercially viable African tilapia for use in tilapia. Now, tilapia aquaculture in the world is over 95% based on a single subspecies, originally from Africa, but developed and optimized in Asia for Asia. Consequently, Asia dominates global tilapia production. At Victory Farms, we are 18 months into a 5-year research program to gradually, selectively breed a tilapia that will perform better in African conditions. And the progress is very encouraging so far. Today, we run a proprietary RAS hatchery that has the largest production capacity in Africa. A new high-tech hatchery with an advanced research capability is currently under construction. By the end of 2025, our new research facility will, among other things, be able to measure the fecal matter of each fish to determine the nutrient absorption of the feed. This will influence customization of feed formulation at our feed mill and open the doors to testing the viability of novel local feed inputs such as sunflower, to replace some of the inputs that we currently rely on and bring to market quality, lower cost fish feed with high local content. Diligent data collection, interpretation, and analysis has given us useful insights into the opportunities to improve our business operations and efficiencies. We have managed to maintain tight quality control in process and production, resulting in less than 1% spoilage, less than 1% theft, and high cost efficiencies. Our flagship social innovation in outsourcing fish egg production is called the Homa Bay Extensive Aquaponics Program. We have partnered with community members to install fully equipped ponds on their land where we grow broodstock fish for egg production. We then pay the community members a royalty for eggs harvested. This has translated into an average monthly passive income of around $100. Victory fills up the ponds using solar-powered water pumps and flushes each one regularly to ensure the water quality remains optimal for broodstock. It is this water from the flushing process that is used to irrigate the surrounding fields, thereby allowing for crop farming even in the dry season. There has been a dramatic improvement in agricultural production, which is no longer dependent on rainwater. The success of this initiative has attracted the attention of some development partners who recently approved a $1 million grant for expansion. Working closely with communities, we see a promising future for the significant expansion of the Homa Bay Extensive Aquaponics Program. This initiative will positively impact food security, and wealth creation through year-round high-value horticulture production and value addition. It will also provide fish eggs for victory farms without increasing our land ownership footprint. The scalability and replicability of this program means that there is a real possibility of it becoming one of the anchors that catalyze the transformation of the lake basin into a true breadbasket. This presentation will be incomplete if I did not mention the opportunity for fish farming to supply affordable, sustainably produced animal protein to fight food and nutrition insecurity. East Africa has a low per capita fish consumption of 7.5 kilograms. In comparison, the Egyptians eat 3 to 4 times more fish than East Africans. In East Africa, Kenya, unfortunately, has the lowest per capita. When sustainably produced, fish is the least cost animal protein. It is the most efficient feed to animal protein converter and has the lowest carbon footprint. As we farm one species of tilapia known as Oreochromis niloticus, we are also involved in conservation of an endangered species of tilapia known as Oreochromis esculentus. We have so far propagated and released over 500,000 fingerlings to traditional breeding sites. This initiative is in collaboration with Kemfree, Conservation International, the local community, and BMUs. A video clip. Is the video clip available? It's not. All right. Finally, we have a very strong ESG focus. Under the social bucket, we serve the mass market with quality, affordable white protein and empower over 15,000 market women to sell our fish. Under environment, we utilize renewable energy and promote regenerative agriculture as we produce a low carbon footprint animal protein. And under governance, we have engaged the local community as true partners and given them an opportunity to participate in the fish value chain. We also have a very comprehensive community engagement plan and use our CSR to sponsor community-centered initiatives like renovation of schools, donation of uniforms, books and equipment, scholarships to the disadvantaged, free treated drinking water, donation of rescue boats, renovation of hospitals, among many other things. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Can you just clap for Caesar once more? Thank you, Caesar, for embracing the clean energy solutions, producing with the agenda lens, and of course, maintaining the sustainable aquaponics and embracing technology in your production. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our last speaker, Nation Aseka. Nation has worked with the industry for a very long time. Nation, you have less than 7 minutes to give us how we can change or transform the sugar industry. That is actually employing 17% of the population and covering 15 counties in this country. Welcome, Nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and talk about sugar. This is the birthplace of the sugar industry, I think the whole of East Africa. And I happen to work in the sugar industry. I've had long experience there. It has had its ups and downs. It has not gotten to its full potential. The sugar industry is an industry that has potential to bring a lot of growth to our countries in East Africa, to Kenya, and to Western Kenya particularly, because we have the climate that can make us grow sugarcane without needing a lot of investment in irrigation. We tend to have good rainfall, good sunshine, and that's all that sugarcane requires, plus of course good soils. Of course, if we want to talk about sugar, we can talk for a long time. But today, I wanted to focus on a few developments that have happened recently. The sugar industry has had its ups and downs. A few years ago, it was being managed as under Sugar Board. Then we changed it. We put all crops together in this organization called AFA. The exciting thing at the moment is that the Sugar Act has been resuscitated in the original form, and the sugar industry can now manage its affairs the way it is actually supposed to. To me, that is a major issue that people from this side of the country, particularly NYANZA and Western Kenya, a bit of Rift Valley and Coast, should actually look forward to enthusiastically and be sure to take control of this industry. I worked in the sugar industry when it was still wholly government-driven. Started being privatized. Then we came up with the Sugar Act, which made the industry grow quite a bit. Then somebody came up with this bright, well, I don't know if it was bright, but a good idea of putting them, all these crops together into an organization called AFA. Theoretically, yes, it looked like it will work well for all the crops. But we have seen, and one by one, each of those crops have had to live and get managed on its own. Sugar is the latest. At least we got our act together, and the president assented to, and signed what Parliament had already passed to put sugar industry to operate independently under the Sugar Act. This is a major development for those of us who know about sugar, because it makes decisions move faster, and farmers, workers, transporters, and all the investors in the industry can reap their benefits more efficiently and in a way that they can actually account for their efforts. So I am here just to state at this forum that indeed the new Sugar Act has come in as a big boon to the industry, and is going to help this industry. We are encouraging all players. Of course, now we have a lot of factories. Previously, we used to operate with only a few factories. Now there are a lot of factories. Most of them are operating under capacity. If the Sugar Act, because in the Sugar Act, there are aspects of just controlling the... Let's stop there. Now, the policy participation, market oversight, regulations, promotion, and compliance enforcement, these are things that are going to now be managed by the industry, while previously we were managed under big bureaucracy that was stifling the growth of the sugar industry. And indeed, if you look at the curve of the production of sugar, it was growing very well when there was the Sugar Act. You know, it first started without any proper regulations. Then we got the Sugar Act some years back. We got the Sugar Board to manage the sugar industry. Then it ran, during that period, actually the sugar industry grew. Then we came out with this idea of putting it all under AFA, and yes, there was a semblance of growth, but actually it did not grow. Although a lot of companies came up, a lot of millers came up and put up mills, what happened is that the total production went down, and we are relying mainly on imported sugar. We are capable of being self-sufficient and exporting our sugar to the world market. And I believe this will happen in the next few years under the current dispensation that we have just been allowed to have. Next. Of course, under the sugar industry, this arrangement of sugar, we have the Sugar Board, the Research Institute, and where research, we also incorporate training. And then we have, of course, the private players. These organs manage themselves. The funds they raise, they invest some of it. Of course, a lot of the investment has to go with the people who invested in. But we also have to put aside funds that we have to plow back through research and through development and training. This is something we are going to embark on shortly. So today, we didn't want to talk much about this industry, but it is to just highlight this major development that has happened recently, and I would wish to thank the government, the president, the parliamentarians, to have actually accepted this idea, because we made presentations for a long time without it being heard. And we are happy it has been accepted, and we are in the position where the sugar industry is said to grow. The production, of course, as I said, it is dwindled. I'm not giving figures at the moment, but we all know we are importing sugar. We import a lot of sugar in this country because we cannot produce enough for ourselves. But we are capable of producing enough for ourselves and to export. That's what we would like to do in the next few years. We should be getting those results. And my plea for all participants, county governments and the central government involved, this is a driver for the economy. The sugar industry has a lot of money that can be injected in the economy at local level and even at national level. I wish that at this moment we just stop there and let the players get to the stage and let us see the results. The sugar industry at the moment it's not showing any signs. It's not posting results that anybody can be proud of. But yes, it is a mover. It is a place that you can generate a lot of money in a short time compared to all these other crops. We are hoping this is going to change now that we have this new dispensation, the Sugar Act. And that's what I wanted just to stress on this forum, because this is the center of sugar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap to Nation better than that? With the Sugar Act number 11 of 2024, we are promising hope. The structure is good, there's money, and we know the industry is going to support the economy of this country. At this point in time, let me hand back to the Director of Proceedings, and as we are setting off our three panelists, can we just give them a strong round of applause?
Government is here. So let me correct what Nation said about importation of sugar. I think it's a fact that we are no longer importing sugar, and we are overproducing. So that should remain a fact, that we stop importation of sugar. and is in record, except the leadership curve from COMESA. We reduce from around 500,000 metric tons. We only have COMESA around 100,000 metric tons, which is just to serve, to meet our bilateral relationship with COMESA. So I felt that I should correct the position as government. But I think the action has been away, but that is the position of government.
Factual and realistic. For some of these facts, and the facts we are giving the president to make pronouncements, then they backfire. It is a fact that the sugar factories have not performed well. Nzoia is on its knees. In fact, we are almost shutting down because it's not producing. Chemelil, Muhoroni, Sony. So when you tell us that they produced, the production was very high, who produced this sugar? Who produced this sugar? We have to be realistic. I think Nation is right. We're having a problem, and we better face the problem and tell people the truth that we have challenges and look for ways of improving what we are producing, other than just giving us statistics that are not factual.
I think the PS has a right of rebuttal. He'll have 1 minute to
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ochilo Ayako. I also come from a sugar-growing county that borders Homa Bay that also grows sugar. I can assure you, and the farmers may be here, that nobody is growing sugar anymore. This production is production of what? Where I come from, we, and Sony is represented here and others, we are begging farmers to come back to growing cane. So if we reckon that we are overproducing, where is the sugar cane that is being used or being milled to produce this sugar? That is the fact on the ground. I'm a witness to that fact. Thank you.
Do we have one last one, or we invite the PS? There's one more. Can I take one more?
Sure.
My name is Dr. James Onsando. I am a seed systems consultant, but I'm also chairman of the board of Jomo Kenyatta. I want to respond to the blue economy, not sugarcane. Yeah. All water bodies, including wetlands, are state properties. And these properties need to be protected, including Lake Victoria. If we do not protect Lake Victoria, Asio, there will be an issue of sustainability. Because there is a tendency of pollutants from land getting into water bodies. And some of those pollutants can actually include heavy metals, which can get into the food chain and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. How do we mitigate this? In the laws of Kenya, all water bodies must have a riparian strip where you plant indigenous trees above of about 50 meters, 30 to 50 meters. What this does, it slows down siltation of water bodies. If you have siltation of water bodies, the sustainability of that water mass is threatened. Number two, if you have pollutants, including heavy metals and pesticides, getting into water bodies, then you are sacrificing the food security of fish. And I'm not saying this as a threat. I'm saying this because I'm looking ahead, sustainability. Will our grandchildren and their grandchildren find a viable Lake Victoria? If we continue this way, if we have all the silt getting into the lake, if we have some pesticides getting into the lake, if we have some industrial waste getting into the lake, if we have some organic affluent getting into the lakes, is this sustainable? My recommendation is, let us begin to shield off water bodies with some forestry plants like bamboo, which can make our water bodies healthier for the benefit of our children, their children, and their children. And I think that's critical.
Let me seek you in that. We'll have a plenary where we'll have those kind of detailed responses. For now, allow me to make this the last, and we are closing this session, and I'm advised that we can allow our panelists to step down. Can you give them a round of applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the end of the panel on agriculture, food security, nutrition. As rightfully mentioned by the moderator, we'll have an extensive discussion on this during our breakout session. As they take their photo, I'm having on standby the panel on technologies and innovation. This will be moderated by Professor Augustine Makoha. But before he does that, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we do not have a formal break, but allow me to just ask you to stretch a bit. And to help us do that, please help me welcome Joe Demba, who will be leading the Kayamba Africa team for just about a minute for us to have a short stretch, and after which then we can jump into the panel that will be ably moderated by Prof. Makoha.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do a very brief performance because we've sat for a bit too long. So if you don't mind, please kindly be upstanding and stretch a bit. Let's go. Try and move from side to side.
Nyako wacho miyo mingili to nyaki woko jero wenego chunya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stretch your hands up like this. Let's go.
I love you, you love me.
I love you, you love me.
I see you, you see me.
I see you, you see me. To the side.
I love you, love me, I love you.
Let us go.
Love you, love me, love you.
Both hands.
I see you, you see me. I see you, you see me.
I look you, you look me.
I look you.
Now, I love you.
Yes.
Love me, I love you. Let us go.
Love you, love me, I love you. Let us go.
Jump.
Let us go.
Jump. Jump.
Go. Go. I love you. Let us go.
Count. 1, 2, 3. Tumemaliza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You please take your seats. I appreciate it. Please give a round of applause to Kayamba. Thank you. Let me have on stage the Excellency Governor of the great county of Vihiga, Your Excellency Wilberforce Otichilo, please. If you could come on stage, let's give him a round of applause. Engineer Shama Kiteme, who's the President Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Please welcome. Please help me welcome Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo, who will be joining us virtually. So I'm having the team to please have his Zoom on standby. Okay. Just to announce it, we have Dr. Raju, who's the CEO of Green Grids. Is Dr. Raju here? And also Mr. Nam Sangyo, who's the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Republic of Korea to Kenya. If we have a representation from those teams I've mentioned, if not, we'll proceed on. And allow me to have... All right. Thank you. We have apologies from Dr. Raju. Allow me now to hand over the program for just under 20 minutes at this point to Professor Augustine Makoa, who will in turn invite Dennis Volemi, the Group Director at KCB Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Welcome to the session on technology, innovation, and investment nexus. And thank you, Kayamba Africa, for revitalizing our minds. You know, technology requires that your mind should be sharp. And I think now our minds are rejuvenated. So ladies and gentlemen, you appreciate that technology has been with us and is an integral part of human existence right from the days of Industrial Revolution in 18th century. And the ongoing advancements in technology and emerging innovations are actually reshaping the market landscape and also transforming investments across economic sectors. So I have a panel of expert speakers who will be diving into this. These are very knowledgeable experts who are also having diverse experience on matters of technology and innovation. So they will be sharing with us insights and expertise on how we can be able to leverage technology and innovations to be able to support or promote investments and development within the NYANZA region. So we shall start off with a keynote presentation from Mr. Volemi Dennis. Mr. Volemi, please make your way to the stage. Yeah. Mr. Volemi is the Group Director of Technology at KCB Bank. He will be sharing with us his presentation on how we can be able to harness technology for investment. Welcome. You have 15 minutes to present.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellencies, governors present, the co-chairs of the organizing committee and the committee members, distinguished guests, investors, professionals from NYANZA, and the rest of the country in the room, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Volemi. As introduced, I am the Group Director of Technology at KCB Group, and I'll be making, I'm glad to be here to make some statements regarding the transformative role of technology in investments and technology. Before I dive deep into the topic, it's important just to give you a sense of KCB Group. KCB Group is one of actually the lead sponsor of this event. And maybe before I make my statements, if there are any colleagues from KCB, you could just stand up and wave. KCB Group includes, in Kenya, includes KCB Bank and National Bank of Kenya. We are present here. We are happy to continue to support this region. So, as a bank, we are present in 7 countries in the region with 8 banks, 7 banks, 7 countries, 8 banks. Because in Kenya we have 2 banks, we have KCB Bank Kenya and NBK. We have a total of 33 million customers across the region, cutting across Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC. We have a total of 1.3 million agents and merchants serving you across the group, and 12,000 dedicated members of staff, a lot of whom are here, and we have a stand at the tent both for KCB and NBK. Kindly feel free to visit us when you get a moment. In the region, in Kenya alone, we have 210 branches, just for your information. Again, the largest bank, as you know it, by all factors, whether it's in terms of profitability, the size of our balance sheet, the coverage of the branch network and agency network, and our distribution infrastructure. And Governor of Homa Bay, I'd like to report that we opened, the latest KCB branch was opened in Kendu Bay in the month of December. And it was a very interesting period because this actually started trending online because for a week after we opened the branch, we couldn't work because the community was coming to visit and appreciate their branch. So a big up to the people of Kendu Bay and the governor. Thank you for supporting us. This is the first bank in Kendu Bay town. So it was a big milestone for Kendu Bay as a town and for that region that we value so much as KCB. I was asked today to speak briefly about the role of technologies and innovation in driving investments, both internationally in Kenya and across the region. And for this, I wanted to just speak at a high level at three different ways in which technology is driving investment in economic development. One, technology is a catalyst for development. A catalyst for development because things that we couldn't do previously, or we couldn't imagine how to do previously, today are possible because of technology. And one of the panelists from the Victory Farms talked about how they're employing technology in driving the fishing, farming business within their business. Secondly, technology enhances access and services to markets. And in my next slide, I'll speak extensively about how this can be a critical catalyst for development and investments in this region. Technology also diversifies portfolios and drives investments. And as opportunities begin to come up, I don't know whether you would have heard, but in 2024, Kenya received the highest amount of FDI, specifically in innovation and technology, as funding coming to startups across Africa. Traditionally, this space was dominated by Nigeria and South Africa, but is increasingly, as the tech savannah dream begins to become a reality in Kenya, we are seeing that technology investments are attracting a lot of investments. And that's an opportunity that this region and the leadership needs to reflect on what are those conditions that you as a leadership and professionals need to create within this county to attract those investments. On the emerging trends and innovation, this is not exhaustive by any means. I just thought to kick off the conversation, as the panel will be going deep into these areas, to talk a little bit at some of the emerging trends and how we see these trends influencing innovation and commerce. First of all is digital infrastructure. So what do we mean when we talk about digital infrastructure? Yeah? And it's the same thing as roads. Maybe let me draw a parallel to roads. Road is a part of transport infrastructure, and it provides a means to which people move from one location to the other and enables businesses to trade. For digital infrastructure, the first critical element is internet access. But even before internet access, it presumes that power or energy is present, because you cannot power up any electronic device if you don't have power. So I have presumed, leaders of NYANZA, that we do have power in every corner of every county in this region, and that is really a prerequisite to building the digital infrastructure needed. If that is not the case, that's where you need to start from. So power and energy is critical because it covers everything else that I'll speak about. So why is internet access important? Think about internet access as the road. It's the digital rails that all of the digital transactions or interactions in the digital world sit. So internet access is critical. In our country today, and I have had the benefit to visit all of our regional subsidiaries in the other countries, I can confirm from a digital and internet connectivity, we are doing well. But we are not yet there. We still do not have internet access in every part of our country. And as leaders in this region, what you must ask yourself, if you're looking to build digital infrastructure, what are you doing to ensure that every corner of this county has internet access? The second aspect of digital infrastructure is access to a device. So we finished. You have power, you have internet access, now you need a device, right? So every person in this region, a business, small businesses, individuals need access to a device. So So I think the big question I'm asking to the investors who are here, what are the opportunities available to provide access to all individuals in this region, access to a digital device? Whether that is a mobile phone, which is predominantly the highest mode of access, or a computer, but a device is required. And then finally, it's platforms. So the platforms that facilitate mobile or commerce. And that now sits within the enablement that this region is providing to businesses that are looking to support digital transactions. So what is it that, as leaders, you need to provide in terms of the enablement for providers of e-commerce platforms to ensure that a farmer in Kendu Bay, a fish farmer in Kendu Bay who produces their fish, has access to markets through the different mechanisms that are available. And this can be sorted by digital commerce or e-commerce. The next significant trend is AI and machine learning. It is a fact today, as we've seen how things are shaping up with AI and machine learning. And not just AI and machine learning. I picked AI and machine learning because it's the most significant trend. But if you look at even the American politics right now, controlled by the big techs, it is a fact today that boundaries, economic boundaries, will not exist in the future. So technologies that are coming to transform how business is done are going to disrupt all of your administrative boundaries available today. So the question is, are we originating any new ideas or innovation in AI that would be leaders globally and take advantage of this technology? On the other side, we need to remain aware that as we are still thinking and talking and planning in conferences, people are busy building. And as you have recently heard last year, one of the biggest Safaricom competitors for internet is not another local ISP, it's Starlink, right? Starlink, who are not licensed in Kenya, they just dropped satellites, and suddenly anybody from any part of the country can buy a satellite at 30,000 shillings and has access to internet in any part of the country. Yeah, so you can see increasingly these technologies are going to affect us, and as professionals from this region, we need to reflect deeply on what is it that we are doing, either to provide opportunities for our people or take advantage of the progress that's being made elsewhere in the world to make progress here in Nyanza. The next is fintech. Because I work for a bank, I have to talk about fintech. And fintech really is financial technology. Investments and development cannot happen without financial services. And that's why, as KCB, we consider this forum a very critical forum. So today, there are emerging technologies that are ensuring that everybody has access to financial services. And as KCB, I can report that we have got different products that serve the different ecosystems that we operate in. For micro customers, we have digital lending products available. We have a product called KCB M-Pesa. We have a product called Mobilon for our customers who can access lending services, for our micro customers who can access lending services on digital. We also have MSME loans that are supporting micro enterprises, access to credit, and we all know how critical credit is. And it's a good development that the MPC this week has announced the reduction in the CRR rate that will see an increase in access to financial services for customers. And then I think extensively there's been a lot of conversations on green technologies, and the idea is how do we, as this region, how are we positioning ourselves to take advantage of these developments. I can see I am being asked to conclude because I have run out of time. What are the challenges and opportunities? I'll conclude shortly. So the biggest challenges, as I have spoken briefly, is access. Access is a big problem. And access cannot be solved by one individual or one company or one governing entity. So there needs to be a lot of effort put in by leaders to promote access. So whether that's access to power, whether that's access to internet, whether that's access to devices, and an enabling environment for platforms that power digital commerce. So I want to urge all of you in that space to facilitate. The regulatory environment, I think it's good we have a lot of government in the room. So regulators need to play a critical role in this space. So this is a critical area to focus on. I think on my last slide, if you are to remember three things out of my speech, is that the key three things we need to do, really to harness the full potential of technology in NYANZA, is that we need a multifaceted approach. One, I've talked extensively about collaboration. So this conference is a good beginning, and our co-chair host indicated that there's an outcomes committee. It would be good for us to closely track the outcomes committee on what collaboration conversations are going on post this conference to power up the development and progress that we need to see. And as KCB and NBK, we are ready to play our role to provide financial services in banking, investments, insurance, to continue to power your collaboration. The next thing is capacity building. I think I didn't speak about this when I was talking about digital rails. The reality is, even if you have access, but you're not literate, you don't know what to do, then you can't utilize the capabilities that are available. So again, we have a tech-savvy young workforce. I think they talked about high literacy levels in the morning, 99%, 100% in Kisumu County I had, which is quite impressive. So we need to continue to build capacity to ensure that our people understand the potential of these technologies. And I can also confirm that the KCB Foundation does play a critical role in capacity building, and this is something that we'll continue to do. And then, of course, finally is public-private partnerships, which I guess is testament to why we're here as KCB, to support this initiative by leaders of this region to ensure that the region continues to make progress. Thank you so much for listening to me. Once again, I'd like to really welcome you to our stand, and NBK to come and speak to us about the support that we can provide you in financial services to power your investments in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis Folemi. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yeah, he's just shared with us the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem that is available to support investments in various economic sectors. We are now going to jump into panel discussions, where our panelists will now be going deeper into the discussions to provide some insightful and actionable strategies on how we can be able to leverage our technologies, our innovations, to be able to attract investments, to be able to promote investments within this region. So allow me to introduce my panelists. I have Honorable His Excellency, the Governor for Vihiga County, Wilbur Otichilo, who will be sharing with us on aspects of regulatory space and policies to be able to support adoption of technologies within our investment space. We also have our President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Shama Kiteme, who will be discussing broadly about adoption of technologies within infrastructure development, including agriculture, transportation, and energy sector. And we also have our panelist who is online. That is Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo. He'll be sharing with us on issues of digital technology. Professor Bitange Ndemo is the current ambassador of Kenya to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Union. Welcome, Professor Ndemo. I hope you are online. Our technicians kindly assist us to have him online. In the meantime, we shall straight away, in the interest of time, jump into our discussions. And my first question will go to His Excellency, the Governor for... Okay, he's online. Thank you. I've just been informed that our online speaker is available. So I will go straight to Professor Bitange Ndemo. We understand that Kenya is considered a front runner in the technology space in Africa. And yes, we want to hear from you, from your perspective, from your global experience, how can we harness this terrain, the digital technology terrain, to be able to tap into the potential, the available economic potential within the NYANZA region, to be able to create new opportunities for investment, and also how can we be able to create innovation and technology partnerships to be able to drive development and investments. So, Professor Ndemo, please share your insights and your expertise and perspectives. Okay, as Professor Ndemo comes online, we can hear from our governor for Vihiga County, Honorable Wilbur Otichilo, on how can we be able to create supportive regulatory space and policies that can be able to support adoption of technologies and innovation to be able to unlock the investment potential within our region and promote development.
Most sincerely thank the organizers of this conference. We are very excited about it, and we are looking forward for very decisive decisions that will enable this region, the Lake Economic Region Center, be able to move forward. Now, back to your question. In our country, we have a lot of enough legal and policy framework on technology. We have Science, Technology and Innovation Act, which spells out how, as a country, we should move forward to use technology in our development agenda. We also have policies, ICT policy. So I would like to say that the policies are there. And even at the county level, most counties, through the initiative of the Council of Governors, they have put in place policies on ICT. What remains to be done is the implementation. It is the implementation that is the key, and this is where we should, through this conference and other forums, to agree on how to move forward and implement the laws that are well spelled out and they're good.
Okay, thank you, His Excellency the Governor, and I think we are still waiting for Ambassador Professor Bitange Ndemo to come on board. So I will jump to our engineer, the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Shama Kiteme. We've heard that the NYANZA region really is very rich in terms of natural resources, including the blue economy. And we also understand that energy is the driver of all economic activities. And that means that if you invest in energy, then you are able to drive the rest of the economic activities. So share with us your insights, your thoughts, your perspectives, and your expertise on how we can be able to leverage technologies and emerging innovations to be able to tap into this available potential, to be able to have this region sustainable, self-sustainable in terms of energy that can be able to drive our economy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. And I'm very privileged to be here
representing engineers in this country, and I hope we have engineers in the house. Do we have engineers in the house? Thank you very much. A good question, Professor, and we have heard this morning the amount of natural resources we have within this region. We were told about the second biggest freshwater lake in the world. And I recall that last year, 17th
so I will ask you to
February, I was in Kisumu City.
What you have,
Doing something, and I was leaving around 9 a.m. And the temperatures were around 35 degrees Celsius. I took off and I went to Nairobi, and around 1 p.m., the same day, the temperatures were around 33 degrees Celsius. The question is, the natural resources that we have, how do we harness them, and how do we utilize them? Free sun, sunlight for that matter, free freshwater lake. How do the two combine in addressing the issues that we face as a community and a society in this part of the world? The Institution of Engineers of Kenya has been very vocal in advocating for industrialization because we believe it's going to be transformative, it's going to create opportunities for young people, and it's going to be a catalyst for economic transformation. We took a trip to Germany last year to kind of benchmark. And one of the key things that emerged is that that country transformed through SMEs. Every other village you go across, the fourth family owns a unique industry. They all started like small carpenters, small mechanics, etc. But they have further embraced technology. You won't imagine that the biggest producer of fire doors and those kind of installations, the fourth biggest, that is a family business. And we have so many, businesses here in Kondele and elsewhere, probably mechanics running their businesses. We have talked about the fish industry. What can we make sure that with the solar that we have and the fishing industry that we have, the combination of the two natural resources that we have, water and sun, we can get something that is transformative to our economy. I believe that as we want to see a NYANZA that is rising, the space of SMEs is very critical. And technology, the conversation that we're having, transforms the small businesses that we're having to be able to bridge the gap, access the markets, to be able to increase efficiency. And so for that mechanic, if they are lining their vehicle, and they were using the camber, previously we were using the camber, the rope, and whatnot, using technology, the computer, when you talk of the limitless opportunities for learning and improving their capacity, accessing the market, I do believe someone in New York still needs furniture, the simple chair, the simple stool. What can a carpenter in Kisumu do to access the market in New York, for instance? In agriculture, using technology, how can we improve efficiency, access to markets globally? Because those are the things that we need to be talking about. Very brilliant conversation over here about fish farming and commercializing that enterprise. How can we improve our access to the market in the sugar industry, in production in our farms, what we could produce in a week, engaging 100, workers, deployment of machinery. What transformation can this produce? As a society, we know that There are things that we cannot outgrow. One is a need for food. We will need to eat, whatever context we are in, wherever we are. Primarily, and secondary to this, is health. And I believe we need to also invest in health for our people. Technology, how can we invest in tech for health? And for this reason. And I believe we really need to transform our villages, our communities, through enhanced health and investment in technology. Can you take hospitals to where people are? Instead of waiting for people who are sick to go to hospitals, deployment of technology. And it's not as complicated as we want to talk of. We want to talk about machine learning, deep learning, AI, and stuff like that. But there are simple approaches to technology. Can we have mobile hospitals, vehicles moving to the communities and getting to the space of preventive care instead of curative care? The space of wastewater treatment, where engineers are in, for example. If I want to treat wastewater in Kisumu City, for example, using traditional waste stabilization ponds, I look at huge or vast amount of land that I need. But I can deploy technology, MBBR, SBR, MBR, etc. And I use a small footprint of a football pitch. And so the conversation of deployment of technology is actually unceasing. We are not only limiting ourselves to fintech, AI, machine learning, deep learning, but all facets of technology that we can use to transform our agriculture, our health, our energy sector through green economy, etc., etc. These are opportunities that we can harness in large scale to be able to and I'm sure this is a conversation that we're having right here in this conference.
Thank you, engineer, for those very informative points. I know if we allow you, you can actually take the whole of this day just telling us on how we are going to do that. I know you are so experienced on these matters. You have a lot of expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand our online speaker is not going to be available, so allow me to go back to our Honorable Governor for Vihiga County, His Excellency Wilibao Tichilo. You mentioned that this in technologies. Could you please give us an overview on where we are as counties in terms of your investments in technologies? What have you done so far, and what are your next steps? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. As Council of Governors has been at the forefront in promoting the use of technology in our 47 counties. And one of the areas that has been of interest to all of us as members of the council is that you need data and information to make a decision. Technology is based on intelligent information. So without data and information, we cannot talk about technology. So one of the areas that we have taken as Council of Governors and even the Lake Region Economic Bloc is to put infrastructure, which somebody talked about here earlier. The satellite technology allows us to get data in real time from satellites. Then as the data gets down to the ground, we need infrastructure for us to receive and analyze that data. And that's the infrastructure required is called GIS, or Geographical Information System. So as Council of Governors, we have promoted that, and almost all the counties in the country now have a GIS system that allows be able to use it for decision making, able to link up or be able to fight the vagaries of climate change. Then lastly, we have, through the same program, we have the climate, carbon markets. I think somebody from here, farms talked about it. Farms talked about it. We have, through climate change, there is an opportunity for us to access to climate credits through various activities in the region. So I would like to say that that's one area of of interest in our Lake Region Economic Bloc.
What follows is we need now to see how we can put this into action, that we can realize our objectives. I think the key takeaways that we are getting here is that, one, we need data to be able to make decisions. Without data, we cannot make proper investment decisions, and that requires that we invest in technology to help us get this data. We also learned that we can be able to improve or kind of expand our investments or kind of drive our developments by creating partnerships and also by inspiring entrepreneurship. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of this session. And I'll request our panelists, please, you may now disembark from the stage. And I want to hand over to our MC, but before that, I'm told that we should have a group photo with the panelists before they disembark from the stage. Thank you.
And thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for keeping to time, ably moderated. Let's please give a round of applause to Professor Augustine Makoa together with the eminent panelists on stage. Of course, let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That marks the end of the panel and plenary session. Allow me to just give guidance, ladies and gentlemen, just before we break for lunch. Duly advised, we have lunch for each and every one of you, but please get the instructions of how you'll get the milk cards and how you'll progress. The delegates and VVIPs present, you'll be led and ushered to the swimming pool. I'll repeat, the delegates, VVIPs present, you'll be led and ushered to the swimming pool. On my right, and the room to locate is Victoria Hall. So please make sure that you actually have an opportunity to visit the same place. This is moving now from the leads to deals conversation, that, as we were rightfully told. So please make sure you do that. Allow me now, just before we break, to give you adjustments for the program. As I mentioned, you can access the program via the NYANZA International Investment Conference website, and please download the same. In the afternoon, we start the sessions at exactly 3 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go straight into the track 1, track 2 conversations on youth entrepreneurship and innovation, education and sports. So please, the moderators, Dennis Odongo, Josiah Morasi, Professor Tom Odhiambo, if you could please stay behind, and also Mairura Mwenga, Professor Migaya Ketch, and Michael Monari, please stay behind as the rest break so that we can agree on the deliverables for the afternoon. So see you back here at exactly 5 p.m. for the close of day 1. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you back here at the plenary hall for 5 p.m. Close of day 1 of our conference. Enjoy your lunch.
At KCB, we deeply value the pivotal role that PBOs, public benefit organizations, play in our society in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities, influencing policy on local and emerging global challenges. As a bank, we understand when diverse stakeholders collaborate with purpose.
The purpose of this discussion is for us as the financial partner to listen as you tell us how we can partner, collaborate for scaling and for social transformation.
For the last 128 years, been about people, and the footprint that we leave and intend to continue to leave is one of leaving things better.
How do we create the right partnerships? How do we address a lot of these social impact aspirations that we have that are often constrained by not having the right partnerships, the right smart solutions? So those are the questions I have to leave with you.
One of the key insights from our work in regulating the NGO sector is the immense potential and capacity for innovation, accountability, and impact that partnerships can bring.
Tech is sector agnostic. It's not something that should only be focused on in a particular sector, and it should be used as an enabler for us to be able to see transformation in agriculture and in different sectors.
In the space of mass entrepreneurship, and be it in propagation, be it in certification, be it in business development support, that's what the KCB Foundation is there for. In addition to what it is the KCB Foundation can do in terms of working with young people to make them ready to become seed entrepreneurs, we also have an expansive branch network.
I encourage the initiative by KCB and KCB Foundation to come in and support this area as one which employs more than 70%, more than 60% of people, and be able to achieve food security on this continent, and through the technologies increase the income and lift many smallholders from poverty to a better life.
Together we can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you for trusting KCB as your partner. We don't take this for granted.